Lo 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 lo. It is Tuesday. Another Tuesday. And of course, another stream. Hope you enjoyed your Tuesday today, so far at least. Whether that is, whether you're still eating your breakfast, or I don't know if that's still a possibility, but you know, whether you're in the morning or already at night or afternoon. Hope you enjoy your day so far, and hope you're gonna continue to enjoy it. Today we're gonna go over something, or we're gonna finish a project. That's the theme of today. We're gonna finish the project that we started last week. We've been working on it for quite a while now, so it's time to finish it. It actually taught us quite a lot, whether that is a new hair particle or hair system, hair modeling technique, whether that is a little bit more practice in sculpting cloth or other stuff. It taught us a lot. So today we're gonna finish it, and we're gonna complete that project, so we can then tomorrow go into the next project, which will be very, very fun. You can see, you can. Oh, hold on, I actually have to change something, but I can do that in a second. So yeah, let's go to the summary so we can kind of talk about what we're gonna do today. Hello. So first of all, of course, if you want to see only one of these topics, I'm gonna put timestamps in the timeline, so you exactly know where you find anything. If it's not there yet, then you're too early. I still have to put them in there. Usually I put them in right after I'm done streaming, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer. So yeah, if you only want to see one of these topics, maybe you're interested in the quick sketch only, maybe how I did the quick sketch, my workflow, my sculpting whatever technique, then you can see that. That will be the first topic of today, as always, the 30-minute quick sketch. Today we're gonna sculpt a troll. That's the topic for, or the subject for today. And then we're gonna go to the next topic, which is how to create stunning renders using Blender and also Photoshop. So today, of course, because we wanted to finish the project that we've been working on since last Monday, I wanted to finish it. Wait, was it last Monday? I can't remember. I think it was. I wanted to finish it. So yeah, that's what we're going to do today. We basically almost finished the whole model. The only thing that is missing is the little bit of shading, lighting, and post-production. That's basically it. I still have to decide whether or not I'm gonna make it, actually, because it's like derived from a sketch, whether or not I make it, give it some color or not. I could probably just make both options. That would be a good option. I mean, idea. Of course, depending on how much time we have. But yeah. So I would say we go straight into the quick sketch, so we can get that over and go right into the next topic afterwards. It will probably roughly take like in 50 minutes or so, the overall process, including not only the sculpting part, but also the post-processing, rendering and uploading. And then afterwards, we're gonna go straight into the 2D sketch to the 3D recreation, 2D sketch to 3D model recreation project. That's what we're gonna finish today. We need to sculpt one more thing, which is the apron, I think it's called. And then we're done with the model, and then we can do some lighting, some post-processing, and some rendering. So let's go into Blender. There you go. Yeah, let's set some settings and then we can start. Oh, hold on, I need my timer. Oh, that's the wrong timer. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Let me do a few settings so we can start sculpting, and then we start sculpting. How about that? What do we need? We need this here. We need, no, hold on, where am I? There you go. Why? Oh, I need to select this, and then we can go to sculpting. We deactivate this thing, and dynamic topology, yep, please set it to constant, and 20. Yeah. Okay. Then symmetry, set it to X, and there you go. Now we can do some nice sculpting. I actually wondered, you know, just thought about it, whether or not if you would give somebody, you know, if you would give somebody, hey, or you tell somebody, oh hey, you wanna do some Blender sculpting, and you set all the settings. I wonder if dynamic topology with relative detail is more intuitive than constant detail, just because, you know, if you want to go into more detail, you zoom in, you do some more detail. If you want to do, you know, bigger shapes, you can go out again. I think the only problem with that is that if you go in here, for example, and set it to relative detail, you, for example, use the crease brush. Right now, of course, it's pretty big. Then if we go closer like this, we can see it's very small. The problem then is if you go big again, it just removes the detail that we've done. So I think overall it's still a better workflow to use constant detail. That's why I always use it, because it's just, you know, I don't know, it makes more sense in the overall sculpting workflow. So of course we're going to do a troll today, which means I'm going to grab some references. It's already, you know, open on my in my browser. I'm just going to grab a few, 1 or 2 references, and then we can start. So of course I'm usually my reference source is Pinterest. I'm just gonna go through a few sketches and whatnot. I usually Google, like, I don't know, troll concept art, for example, to find what I need, and usually you could find quite a lot of good stuff in there. You know, all varying directions, whether that is, you know, realistic or stylized. I think we have a few right here. Hold on. Troll fantasy art. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. I think I want to use. Oh yeah, I have to. Okay, perfect. Perfect. We have 2 individuals as our reference. Of course, these are only supposed to kind of give us an idea how trolls could look like, so that we can then create our own version. Of course, we don't have that much time to kind of, you know, customize it, make it look insanely awesome. But at least we have some time to, you know, to at least do the general, the overall, most of the work that we need to do. Okay, of course, yeah, this will kind of be a little bit challenging, just because it's 30 minutes to sculpt basically a face, but you know, that's just how it is. Sometimes you gotta challenge yourself. Maybe this will fail, maybe not, we'll see. I think everything's ready to go. Hold on, put that in there. There you go. Okay, I think everything's ready, so I would say hit the timer button, and then we can go in 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna, of course, do the face. What else would I do? I'm gonna pull this down right there, pull it to the side like this, pull it back. There you go. That's the beginning. Now I need now I'm starting to do the head shape, the general head shape first, and then we can go into more detail. There you go. This is too wide, so I'm gonna make it slimmer. Oh, well, you know, we don't really need to make it that slim, because it's supposed to be a troll, like a huge monster thingy. So maybe having like a huge head or a wide head might actually be the call here. We'll see. So now that we have that, we need eyes. Usually I think if you have like huge, you know, I don't know, animals or even like human-like creatures, what you usually have is that they have a very, what do you call it? Like a very small eyes. Usually their face is quite big, but then their eyes are very small, kind of suggesting that, you know, the overall face might be big. You know, just to kind of show that the face is actually pretty big, or the whole, you know, animal is actually quite big. If you go look at, I don't know, you know, smaller animals have like huge eyes, like mice, and then you have elephants or whales that have like these super, super tiny eyes. It's kind of interesting to see. I never really thought about that actually, you know, kind of just the overall structure of eyes, or, you know, size of the eyes in the anatomy of an animal, for example, or like a creature overall. It's quite a good thing to keep in mind once if you do, like, for example, I don't know, creature design. Usually, as far as I've discovered so far, big creatures have smaller eyes and smaller creatures have bigger eyes. I think a good example would also be like dogs. You have like these small dogs with these huge eyes, and then you have bigger dogs where actually the eyes actually fit into their skull. That might not really be the case maybe for other creatures, or creatures for other dogs. There you go. Okay. So we have the general head shape now. Let's do the mouth. The mouth can, of course, vary. I have two designs with actually big mouths. Let's see. So I'm going to pull this back a little bit. Otherwise, I think this is just a too small jaw. There you go. Let's put the mouth in. I think I'm going to keep it open. I think that's cooler. There you go. Make it pretty big. Increase the strength so we can really dig in here real quickly. There you go. Okay, the nose is quite big. I like it to be quite big, but I kind of want to keep it a little bit higher up. Doesn't need to be, you know, long. It's supposed to be big. There you go. Now let's do this. There you go. Now we separated the mouth from the lips. Okay. There you go. Let's do some ears. I actually kind of let's do some weird ears. I'm gonna go in here and make this quite a big ear actually, like this. Hold on. Full strength for a sharp mask. There you go. Then I actually will deactivate dynamic topology because I think it's a better result to use the, what is it called? I can't remember. Okay, maybe we should pull them back a little bit. Okay, hold on. This looks weird. There you go. I don't know, it just looks better and gives you better results if you use the snakehook tool, especially for the ears, without having this dynamic topology enabled. I don't really know why, but it just seems to be the case that that's how it works. There you go. Big ears. Okay, let's make this a little bit more detail here. Give it actually some structure. There you go. We have some down here as well. There you go. Oh, those are some big ears. Maybe we could make them a little bit, yeah, more like this maybe. There you go. Okay, let's do the mouth now. I think this is definitely, you know what? I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna pull this further back. There you go. And then we need some jaw muscles right there. There you go. We also need some fat going from the nose down to the mouth. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna put in the eyes soon. Before I do that though, I kind of want to detail the mouth just a little bit more. There you go. Putting in some lips right there. We also have the lower lip. go. The chin can probably be a little bit stronger, so I'm gonna make it bigger, make it chunkier, maybe even wider, more like this. Make it a chunky chin. Okay. Maybe even bigger. We're gonna make it really, really huge. Crimson chin, you might call them, except he's in red. There you go. There you go, okay. I'm gonna pull his eyebrows down. There you go. Okay, huge forehead. Okay. Let's grab some eyes now. I'm gonna go back to layout and append some eyes real quick. Append, there you go. Where are they? They are in here. 3D database base meshes eye. There you go. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Collection and eyes. There you go. Pull them to the side so we can use only one of them because we only need one of them. There you go. We also use a mirror modifier so we can mirror to the other side of the head. There you go. Pull it into his mouth. I mean, into his mouth, into his what is it? His face. There you go. I said before I wanted to make it quite, his eyes quite small. There you go. Maybe even smaller. There you go. Maybe even wide apart. I think that looks cool. We go back in. I'm gonna pull the eyebrows down just a little bit. Overall. There you go. Oh, that's a long nose. Let's make the bridge a little bit more fitting to the current face structure. There you go. Connect the nose basically to the forehead. There you go. We give it some more structure here. Let's also give him some eyelashes. Eyelids. There you go. Oh, we need some dynamic topology, of course. There you go. Okay. Well, those are some small eyes, but that's okay. There you go. Okay, looking pretty good so far. Let's do some more work here. First of all, I'm gonna bring in some more fat. There you go. We also have, I'm gonna make this wider and accentuate the forehead. I think that's a good play here. Make the forehead bigger, like this. What I want to do, I want to give him some horns as well. But before I do that, I want to go into here, back here, and give him an actual neck. So we have something to work with down there as well. I'm gonna select a region here to create a mask so I can pull out a nice neck for this dude. There you go. Invert, grab, and pull down. For this one, it's better to use the... Actually, hold on. I want to... There you go. I think he's supposed to have like a huge back. Not supposed to, but I kind of want to give him a huge back. I think that kind of accentuates his stature. There you go. Also, I want to move his shoulders higher up. Like that. Okay. Perfect. He looks kind of fuzzy down there. Let's do some smoothing right there. Perfect. Now I'm gonna go in here and give him a nice neck. We have the trapezius here going right into his neck. Nice posture, dude. There you go. Okay. Then it of course goes out, not only to the shoulders but also to the front right here. We need to give him a we need to give him a front part here as well. He needs a collarbone. There you go. Pull it up all the way up right there. Okay, let's do some neck sculpting. There you go. He needs some muscles going to the front as well. To there. so he can move his head. That's the muscle that we need for that. Put them right next to the ears, right behind the ears. There you go. We're gonna detail them out a little bit more. There you go. Nice definition. Perfect. Oh, wrong brush. There you go. Give it some nice definition here to these muscles. Oh, the neck muscles. I think they deserve some love. They're massive. And need some more volume right here. Perfect. Smooth them out. There you go. Okay, we also have the shoulders. Do I want to put it in the shoulders? Maybe a little bit, maybe like this. I usually, if I do like a bust like this one, I usually put in shoulders. We have 17 minutes left. Perfect. So that's what I'm going to do here as well. There you go. Nice chunky shoulders. Huge muscles. There you go. Might be a little bit deformed, but you know, who cares? There you go. Okay. So then we go back to the head. Let's do, no, hold on. I want to give him a horn now. So where should this horn be? We could give him like one at the on his forehead. Welcome back, James. Yeah, I'm using the sculpt brush to create some structure, or you know, add some volume, and then I can just press shift to basically, you know, just switch to the smooth brush without having to switch to it. So if you, it doesn't matter which brush you use, whether you use the crease brush or the the clay strips brush. By just holding shift, you can always just smooth what you have without having to switch to the smooth brush, which is quite handy. There you go, makes it way faster. Okay. Okay, let's give him a horn. Oh, I have an idea. This might look weird, but we'll see. So I'm gonna give him like huge horns that go out in both directions. So I'm gonna go right here. There you go. Okay, this might actually be a little bit smaller than I wanted. Bigger. There you go. We're gonna invert this, and then we're gonna grab two huge horns. There you go. Okay, this I'm gonna keep it there. This might look a little bit too crazy, but who cares? There you go. Maybe we could even pull it a little bit forward. No, that looks weird. Yeah, it's very helpful to not having, you know, so you don't have to go switch to the sculpting tool again over and over again. What I also did was I've hotkeyed all the tools, so I can just press 1 to 5 or 6 maybe even to get, you know, to all the tools that I need. I think I have 1, I have clay strips, 2, I have the crease brush, and so on and so forth. That makes it so much easier and faster to sculpt. These ones can actually be flat. Oh, they're a little bit too long though. These ones are supposed to be short. There you go. Okay. Okay, I also want to give him some hair, but before I do that, his mouth looks kind of weird or scuffed, so I'm going to give him a proper mouth. There you go. We have 14 minutes left. This actually is going quite well in terms of speed. I'm not really, I don't know, not really struggling in terms of, you know, progression, I guess. Going quite smooth. There you go. Okay. We're gonna give him some teeth as well, but I want to give him a few more teeth once we have more resolution. I'm gonna save this real quick so we don't lose any progress. I don't know why, but I always forget to hit record for this quick sketch, or not always, but yesterday and today as well. So I always have to download the VOD to get, you know, get the recording. 135. Yeah, it goes. It's quite. You know, at first I was kind of struggling. Usually for the previous two, I guess human-like sketches. It took me like an hour to get something, I guess, decent. But this time it goes quite well. Maybe also because like a troll can look more deformed. I think something like a zombie or a, you know, female orc requires a little bit more work to make it, you know, look at least decent. But I think with an orc you have a little bit, I mean not an orc, with a troll you have a little bit more leeway to just do whatever you want. And it still looks like an, like, you know, like a troll. There you go. What do we need? We need more detail. Let's set it to 50. 50 should be the last one that we need. And then let's put in some, oh, there you go. Oh. Okay, we have some more detail in the face now, which we can utilize to give it, wait, did I say detail? We have some more resolution. Now we can give it some more detail. There you go, we have the eyelids, which I'm going to make actually smaller, so I'm going to increase the fat pad on his eyes. There you go. Almost covering his eyelids. There you go. This is his eyelid. There you go. I'm going to pull his corner of the eye, the inner corner, a little bit further in. There you go. Usually you have like a huge, you know, like a deep spot right there, right between the eyes, right where the eyes meet the nose, or the eye hole, I guess. There you go. Okay, maybe not that deep. Okay, we have eyelids as well. Give him some more volume right there. There you go. Today we have some new music. I just discovered that today actually I discovered that the music, the lo-fi music that you can listen to on YouTube from I think it's called Lofi Girl. I think that's the OG lo-fi 24/7 live stream. They're actually providing their, you know, you can just use their music on streams and videos without having to fear any copyright issues, which is nice. So I just, you know, expanded my playlist a little bit more, basically by, I don't know, I think the playlist had like 1,300 songs, so we should never run out of new songs, basically. Which is nice. I already had like 13 hours or so of you know, music, but you know, it's always nice to have like a variety of artists, because they always have their own style. Even if it's like always, you know, lo-fi, for example, they all have their own kind of style to it, which makes it, you know, a little bit, I guess, makes it a better listening experience than listening to the same music over and over and over again. There you go. Upper lip. Go. Okay. We have this fat pad right on the corner of the mouth, right here. And we have the lower lip, which is of course quite thin right now, so we need to put some more detail in here. There you go. Increase its volume. Perfect. We have 9 minutes. It's actually going quite well in terms of speed. I was expecting to be at like 4 minutes or so. But it seems like we have some more time to, you know, give this some more thought, I guess. Just, you know, usually I kind of have to do what I think in the moment. But if you have a little bit more time, you can kind of spend some more time and think about what you want to do. There you go. The nose needs some more love, especially from the bottom where you see it doesn't even have holes right now. So let's put those in now. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Let's do just a little bit more detail in the on the body. Okay, this is too strong. Let's go a little bit lower, maybe 300. What I like to do now, I actually found that out I think on the weekend when I did a quick sketch, was what I like to do now is use the crease brush to kind of hint at some detail, and then when I want to do just a little bit more, that sounds like a horrible description, but what I like to do now is basically, for example, for the shoulder here, I go in big first with this crease brush, and then I go in like smaller again, just to create this small little detail in the corner, and then I smooth it out, and you have this nice fall off, which can create some nice results. Okay. Oh. Nice Adam's apple right there. There you go. We have this muscle right here going up. Perfect. Okay, I think it's time for some more detail in the last 6 minutes. So what I want to do first is I want to go in here and make this actually, you know, connect the horns to the face with some sort of, I guess, socket piece or, you know, skin wrapping around the horn. There you go. That's usually, I think, how the easiest way to kind of connect some horns to your, you know, your creature's body. There you go. Very simple. Let's do the same for the big one. Maybe this one can even be bigger. There you go. Nice. Wrapping around the horn. There you go. And I also changed the what is it called? The alert system that I use. I've switched I guess to a different, that sounds so weird, like different provider. Wait, what is this? Okay, that's interesting. I switched the program that I use, or the overlay that I use for alerts, which means now that not only Twitch, I guess, stuff will be displayed, but also YouTube stuff. So if somebody, you know, usually or before today, only people that, you know, followed on Twitch got, you know, displayed on stream. But now I switched it so that hopefully, if everything goes right, and it should work now, everybody will be displayed, even if they, you know, subscribe on YouTube. There's still going to be an alert shouting them out, which is kind of what I wanted to have. I didn't really think of the solution that I have right now, which works quite well, because usually, you know, with all these, I guess, alert overlay websites, what you have, the problem is that you have to log in with either your YouTube or your Twitch account. But of course, if you stream to both, you can't just, you know, have alerts for both. There's one website that I know of that can do both, which is what I'm using now. It's called Streamlabs. And on their website, you can, you know, just log in and switch between YouTube and Twitch. But even if you've only logged into, like on the website, logged into one of them, as far as I've tested it, you should still be able to have alerts for both. There you go. It was kind of like a weird thing to set up, but now that it hopefully works, I'm happy. That's one thing that kind of bugged me for a long time. At least now I found a solution to that problem. There you go. We have 3 minutes left. Okay, let's do some more broad detail. What I want to do first, maybe some rigid. Hold on, there you go. Just some cuts right here in the horns to make them look more detailed. Very, very rough detail, of course. Nothing crazy. There you go. Okay, now let's give him some hair. First of all, what I'm going to give him is some bushy eyebrows. There you go. Use the crease brush to make it look more like hair. There you go. He looks kind of sad. I mean, he could also be a sad troll, I guess. There you go. We need to give him a more defined nose. Big nose, of course. Keep that in mind. There you go. Big nostrils. Big nose bridge. Wide nose bridge. There you go. Okay. Should he have teeth, actually? You know what? Maybe like 2 or 3. Or maybe we have 2 minutes time. You know what? Why not? I'm gonna give him maybe... I'm gonna give him one at the top and one at the bottom. So I'm gonna remove symmetry for a second. There you go. Gonna grab my mask tool, make a quick selection right there, and then one at the bottom as well. The bottom one will be bigger. There you go. Invert. Grab my snake hook brush and pull it out. This one will be a big one, and this one will be a smaller one. There you go. Okay. Bring back symmetry. There you go. Okay, let's give him some more detail. I want to give him actually like a semi beard, I guess. He looks too clean. Good thing is with the clay brush, I mean clay strip brush, it's very easy to create a you know, a beard. At least, you know, a beard structure. Not really like a full beard necessarily, but at least like a structure. Maybe even like a neck beard. There you go. Now he looks like an old sailor. Perfect. Oh, he should also have like a upper beard maybe, like there. Now he looks more like a sailor. Oh no. Sailor troll. There you go. The ear looks very scuffed, so I'm gonna just quickly give him a little bit more love right there as well. We have a few more seconds. Let's use them. There you go. Perfect. Okay, he actually looks like a sailor now. Okay. I mean... There you go. Hold on. I can't even... Fresno? Isn't that in... is that in Canada? You know, I'm so bad at geometry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that I can help you. Did you just start learning or using Blender, or have you been doing it for, you know, for a long time? I think what I wanna, I guess, or what I'm missing on YouTube, what I wanna provide mostly is content about realistic characters, realistic character design, or, you know, that is the main focus, but of course you can always do other stuff as well. Oh, yeah, okay, CA, California, makes sense. So it's actually quite early in the morning for you, isn't it? Or maybe not in the morning, but midday. I had someone from Canada, I think. He said he was just eating his breakfast or whatever, or it was, you know, midday. So it's quite funny how time works. Okay, there you go. Let's do the rendering. This might actually be a little bit harder because he has so huge horns that it'll be hard to kind of fit that into into an image. Let's see. Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that is lacking, especially for Blender, is a realistic character, you know, stuff. There's a lot of stylized character, I guess, art, or, you know, tutorials even, but you never really... So how I learned character sculpting was basically through ZBrush tutorials. ZBrush, of course, being a, I guess, better sculpting program, I guess, or more optimized for it. But of course you have to pay for it, so that's why I started with Blender. Yeah, it's actually the opposite for me. I've done sculpting now for roughly 2 years. Well, yeah, 2 years. And I kind of want to get more into hard surface sculpting at some point. I think it's either it's very intuitive for you to do hard surface sculpting, or it's very intuitive for you to do sculpting. No, hard surface modeling or sculpting. I think it's either one of the two, at least in my experience. So I see a lot of people doing either, you know, either one or the other. Okay, we need lights. So you've been even doing it for way longer than I did. Hold on, let me get rid of this timer. There you go. We need some lights. I'm gonna append my good old lighting scene from the last few quick sketches. Hold on, where am I? There you go. Nope, that's the bad one. Nope. This one. Yeah, it's in my opinion, it's quite hard to find sources for realistic character design, I guess, for Blender at least. You can find a lot for ZBrush, and I guess some general stuff, not really focused on a certain... That's the good part, of course. You know, if you do sculpting, you're not really tied down to a certain program. Because there are multiple options. You know, Blender and ZBrush are cover basically everything that you might need in terms of sculpting. So it's quite accessible, but it doesn't really seem like, you know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I've seen. Like, it's either like, oh well, look how I create a character mostly stylized, how I create a character in 5 minutes, and then you see, oh well, you know, some voiceover, and I did do this, do that, but or it's just like, you know, how to create a human face in Blender, how to sculpt a human face. But you know, there's some, I guess, some you know, there's just something missing. It's not really going in depth necessarily. That's why I resorted to more ZBrush tutorials, because they, you know, ZBrush is a more dedicated sculpting program, which of course is used more in the industry, which means you have more people that do not only, you know, stylized characters, but also like realistic looking characters. Also because it's easier to do detail and all that stuff in ZBrush. So you also have, you know, more just tutorials for realistic characters in ZBrush. And what I do basically on stream kind of is supposed to fill the gap, or kind of, you know, it's supposed to provide to others what I wanted to have back then when I was starting. So stuff like what I always liked was when I found an artist that I liked their style of, or I just wanted to see how they made a certain piece, for example. What you never really find, most artists of course don't even stream, but if they stream, they either have like a YouTube channel with like you know, commentary, or you know, they have I don't know, some sort of you know, either commentary or speed time lapse stuff. And they don't really show the full process. What I like is videos, like raw videos of somebody just sculpting like the eye, for example. Not in like, oh well, you have this cube and then we sculpt an eye in there, but you actually have a face, and then you just see how they work. You can't really, in quick speed sculpts, for example, you can't really see how somebody works. You can only see basically the progress. You can't see, okay, well, he uses the clay build-up brush, uses it just like this, and then smooths it or whatever, or he's working very rough and then he goes into more detail or whatever. You can't really see that with you know, time lapses. And I was always missing this this source of information where you can really see each individual move, which actually, when I found that, you know, source, that information, or like, you know, like a raw footage, it helped me quite a lot in my own, I guess, development when it comes to my sculpting skills. So that's what I want to provide, and also just, you know, I guess more what do you call it, digestible content, as you know, editing these long live streams down to like a shorter explanation to video, which is only, you know, first of all supposed to provide a, you know, shorter version of what you can see on stream, which is, you know, just first of all more digestible, and also kind of, I guess, supposed to be like a gateway to what I do. I can actually show you what I have planned for next week. Today, or this week, I've uploaded a video about motion design, a transition between two models for like animations, for example, for a compilation where I've used it in. Next week I'm gonna hopefully, the plan is to do a video about the finished model, or the finished product that I just finished on Friday last week, which I think came out very, very well. It was basically, the idea was that we collected a whole lot of, I guess, references and resources about the YouTuber, the Minecraft YouTuber Dream. Nobody knows what he looks like, so I wanted to speculate and just, you know, create a model of how he might look like. He published uploaded a video of him when he was younger, and also some, you know, some broad descriptions from him and others that we've collected, and then we kind of made some, like, a speculation of how he might look like. I can show you the results when I'm done with this. I think it turned out quite well, and I think there's a lot of good information that you don't really have on YouTube, like how to really create photo or semi-photorealistic hair pretty quickly. I think I've been spending 2 days on it, which means probably like 4 to 6 hours in overall, which is quite fast. I think. I mean, it's short hair, but still. Yeah. So I either split it up into. So my plan is probably to make one video kind of going over everything, and then maybe going into more detail with individual topics, like how to sculpt, how to model realistic hair, or how to whatever. sculpt realistic looking eyes, or what you're missing, or whatever, you know. Okay, hold on, I actually want to finish this. I don't want to waste too much time. There you go. Yeah, that's what I've done also, like putting it to 25%, or even 25% basically speed, just to kind of see what they're doing. But then you have like 2 frames where you can see what they do. You kind of have to speculate. It's always a struggle. That's why I have split it up into, I guess, 3 channels. One only for live streams, one for edited videos, and then one for the time lapse of these quick sketches. So whether you look for, I guess, inspiration every day, you can, you know, look at the time lapse channel. Every day there's going to be a new video of this, basically, these quick sketches. Then for the videos, I want to do some more compact tutorials that really, you know, drive down a certain point. And then you have if you want to learn a little bit more, or you want to actually see the full process of what I'm talking about in these 15 minutes videos, you can go over to the live channel, which is of course this one, and you can see the full workflow. Okay, and of course you can ask live or whatever. So the eyes aren't done yet. We need the iris. The iris is not there yet. Oh, I think we have to fix something real quick. Texture diffuse. So of course, there are 2 main, I guess, branches you can go into when you do sculpting, or of course multiple ones, but I'm guessing you do character sculpting as well, and you go more into the realistic route as well, rather than stylized. Texture normal. There you go. Yeah, it's I'm gonna use another, like a shader, which actually highlights or makes the scope look a little bit more defined. The problem with these scopes oftentimes is that you don't really have that much detail, of course, because you've been working on it for 30 minutes. That is kind of missing. You know, it's very smooth in certain areas. There's a very, very easy node setup that you can use to highlight some parts. You know, to just kind of make it pop more, make it look more 3D, which I'm gonna do soon. I need to push back the eye in here so that we can see the iris. There you go. Hopefully that helps, or is enough. Yeah, there you go. Now we can see his eye. Perfect. Okay. So, oh, the lighting first. So this is definitely too flat. We have too much light, especially bright light coming from the side. So I'm going to just rotate this around the head like this. And now we have some more depth. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. Easy. Okay. So we already have some more depth, but I want to use the shader as well. So I'm going to append it real quick. It's in here. There you go. It's a very, very simple node setup. It uses 2 nodes, or 3 to be exact. There you go. Apply it. So it uses a pointiness node, geometry pointiness, and then a color ramp to create some crease, I guess, dirt. Look at this. If I remove this, you can see what happens. It gets darker the more the crease, I guess, the deeper the crease goes, or the pointier, I guess, the crease is rather. And then we can kind of adjust this value right here to adjust how dark it would be. Pulling this, of course, higher will give us more black values. And this way we can kind of highlight some more details, like the ears, for example. We have way more detail in the ears and the eyes now. And without it, you know, it looks way flatter. That's why I like this this setup. Of course, it doesn't look super realistic, but I mean, it's only supposed to kind of highlight some areas a little bit better. Okay, 50%. Perfect. Do we need anything else? Nope. Let's do the test render first. Yeah, this one actually was quite easy. Of course, it's not, you know, super detailed or whatever, but it at least gets the point across. I actually want to see if it looks better if I put it in the front, like over here somewhere. That's better, I think. Of course, we don't really see the horns that much, but I think they're overall just way too big. Maybe even putting the camera underneath them, like that. Okay. There you go. Let's render again. Do some post-processing in Blender and then in Photoshop. Kind of hinting at what we're gonna do today. There you go. It actually looks like an old sailor more than some sort of troll, but you know, that's just how it is. Okay, let's do some post-production. I mean, the only thing I really do in Blender in terms of post-production is just putting in the glare node to give him some glare. Maybe even setting it too high. There you go. Gives it this flare, which I really like. And then of course the denoise node to remove all the noise. Let's go into the render settings, set that to 256, 100%. Let's do the final version. And then we can go into Photoshop, do some more post-processing, some color corrections, and then upload it. And we can go to today's topic. How long? 3 minutes? Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna drink something real quick. Okay, my water is almost empty. Hell yeah. Okay, hold on. I can show you, while this is rendering, I can show you the project that we finished on Friday. I have a private old ArtStation account, but I also plan on making a new one for everything that I do on stream, because that's basically the only thing that I do in terms of 3D on, you know, in my life is on stream. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. So I plan on doing that at some point, maybe this weekend actually. Let me just make a quick note so I'll think about it. It's not really something that takes ages to set up, so hold on. ArtStation. Oh, I already have an ArtStation node. Okay. There you go. So let me just quickly pull up my project. There you go. So I've done some post-processing in Photoshop, just because I didn't want to mess with, mess with that in Blender, because it would take like 1 or 2 hours more. So I've done some, some adjustments in Photoshop, but I think it's still a good source of information. So that's what we've done last week. We started, that was the first sketch. That was the first day, basically, kind of just sketching out how he might look. Kind of going off of his face when he was smaller, and then trying to, I guess, convert that face into like a more, you know, I guess adult face. Of course, he's only 21 or 22, I can't remember. So he's still, you know, probably developing in his face, or at least, you know, it'll still change. But that's what I came up with, once we've looked at a few references. And then we gave him a hoodie and some hair. That was the basic hair that I've done on the first day. And then the next day we finished him. So that's the finished look, except for we don't have any post-processing in here. The post-processing is this one. So what I've done is basically in Photoshop just, you know, put some redness into his lips right there. It's in a little bit into, you know, just a little bit more color into his face overall. His cheeks are a little bit redder. His forehead is a little bit, I think it also stayed the same, kind of paler, I think. And overall just, you know, a little bit more natural, I guess, or, you know, human rather than this one. This one looks very cold. I think the best shot from out of all of them is probably this one. This one I like the most, with the hoodie as well. So I'm gonna do a quick tutorial, probably talking about the whole process first, and then maybe even going into more depth with stuff like how you can create this, I guess, semi-realistic looking hair. I think what carries the hair the most right here is the shader that I applied on to it, and you know, spending, I don't know, I think it was like 4 hours or 5 hours on this hair. I think this is a pretty good result for that. It was pretty simple to set up, especially the side part. We tried some stuff, and this is the end result. So yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna make a video out of for next week. Also, the skin shader was basically just a procedural skin shader. That's why it doesn't have this redness, because that is quite, I guess, personal for every character. So the skin shader is actually a procedural skin shader that I basically use for every, you know, human or whatever that has normal skin or human skin. You can see these bumps are very big, so I think I reduced them later on. These ones are still very big. But yeah, the skin shader works quite well, and it's pretty simple to set up. Side view as well. Without any post-production, you see pale lips, pale face. Yeah, the side view is kind of hurting. At least, you know, this part looks kind of weird. There's not really like a good transition from short hair to long hair, but overall I think it looks quite well. Okay, yeah. So I think it's done. Perfect. There you go. There it is. Quick sketch day 135. Wait, oh, of course, we have to save the file. There you go. And we're gonna do a similar project, similar to Dream's face. We're gonna start off with a similar project like that one tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have 2 topics. The first one will be, we're gonna look at the results for the MSI Creator Awards. MSI Creator Award. We've submitted a piece to that competition last month, I think. Last month. At the end of last month. And tomorrow will be the conclusion. Basically, we will we all know then, or hold on, I can't speak. The results will be announced tomorrow, so we're going to look at that on stream, and then also create or start a new project, which will be doing a full workflow where we'll create a female orc. I think I also want to put in some armor, depending on how long I want to work on that project. But yeah, I just wanted to do a very similar project to what we've done for Dream's face. just like a overall, you know, I guess semi-realistic looking character. I had a lot of fun doing it because it went quite quickly, and I think the results look pretty good. So I want to do it again. So I decided to do that we're gonna do a female orc. I think that's a cool, I guess, not contradiction, but I don't know. Usually, you know, at least in MMORPGs and all that stuff, in fantasy scenarios with orcs, you usually have like these brute, you know, huge hulking creatures, mostly, you know, male orcs. They kind of, you know, destroy everything and, you know, just fight in wars and all that stuff. And I think you have then this, you know, this kind of combining that with like a more female experience. I mean, appearance. I think can you know, bring some interesting like an interesting twist to it. Okay. Selective color correction. There you go. Just making the dark parts a little bit darker. The gray parts maybe even darker as well to create some more depth. And then the white tones can be a little bit brighter, not too much. We can also use a contrast adjustment there as well to kind of you know, increase the look of. Actually, no, I kind of like it without the contrast adjustment there. Yeah, that's it. The only thing we need now. Oh, welcome Ronak. Welcome back. Hope you had a great day. I actually saw that I think it was you that followed me on Instagram. I saw your image. You have a nice suit. Looking good in there. Looking good with that suit. Yeah, hope you had a great day. Let's go in here and use the good old fingerprint texture to finish this image. We've been stalling for quite a while. Not stalling, but we're quite, you know, quite slow today. There you go. I actually also thought about making a quick, I guess, you know, making a, I guess, evolving collection of procedural textures or materials. But I need some more. I need to create some more materials. The one that I have right now are probably like 5 or so. So I want to definitely do some more before I delve into that topic. There you go. I like using this fingerprint texture just because it adds a little bit more structure to the image, especially for the background. It creates a certain, you know, to make a certain, yeah, it just gives it, I don't know, it just looks better. It fills these empty places a little bit better. Oh, nice. Did you do the full donut with icing and like the sprinkles on top as well? I know that the second version of the donut is definitely a little bit more detailed. I think it goes through the whole process of basically creating anything in 3D, which is nice. Wait. Oh, okay. What's the good vibes emoji? Is that this one? Hold on. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. There you go. I always try to, so with these quick sketches, what I do is of course I do them daily. Oh yeah, the sprinkling part. I think that's a cool one, especially because that's basically where you can kind of customize your donut. So that's gonna be the most fun part, I think. For these quick sketches, what I try to do is I try to every fifth at least on Twitter, I put in, I guess, not only like the blend daily hashtag that I use for my quick sketches, but I also use the general Blender hashtags. I don't want to do that for every one of them because that is kind of spammy, so I want to avoid that. So I do that for every fifth. So which means I also want to make every fifth kind of look better than the usual sketches. I think this one looks wait, what is this? I think this one is definitely looking quite good. I think that's a good contender for a nice fifth sketch. I can't even remember which one I liked the most so far. I think no, he used geometry nodes for other candy. I think I haven't watched that tutorial, but I think what he uses for the sprinkles is particle simulations to put those sprinkles on there. I think that's what he does, or what he used, but I can't remember exactly. I haven't done it myself. I've never done the donut tutorial. I know, it's crazy. Okay, so I don't even know if you've heard the music yesterday for the compilation. I don't think you did. So today is gonna be, I guess, a special day. So, of course, I need to upload my file to social media, and you don't have to look at my face while I do that, because that would be boring. So I have a quick compilation that I play while I do that, to pass the time, have something interesting on screen. So for the next 3 minutes, you're gonna see the compilation, and then we're gonna go into the next topic, which will be finalizing the model and then doing some lighting, texturing and rendering and post-processing of this model right here, this project. That's what we're gonna finish today. I'm gonna share some, I guess, some tips and tricks for lighting especially, and then we can go into, yeah, all the other topics as well. Okay, perfect. There you go. He definitely, the new one is basically split up into, I think, like five parts. He covers stuff like, I think, displacement and bump maps as well. I think that's something he hasn't done for the first one. He also, I think, made a whole scene for one of the videos. But yeah, it's definitely more detailed. Oh, hold on. Do I need? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes. So yeah, have fun. I'll see you then. Yeah, enjoy. There you go. Let's bring back the music. There you go. I actually want to switch to standing, so I'm going to mute myself for a second, lift my table, and then, you know, continue. There you go. Thanks. So much praise today. Unbelievable. Okay. Yeah, I've actually, so, I mean, the animation part is probably more from actually doing, I guess, you know, animations at work, like with After Effects and Premiere Pro. That's why I can, or actually, I think the first knowledge, I guess, for animation that I've learned was when I tried doing, when I tried doing stop motion animations in Adobe Flash. Kind of learning all about this not foreshortening, but this effect, the smear effect. When you do this, you can see like these streaks going in, following the actual hand and all that stuff. Kind of learning about pacing and blocking out your scene and all that stuff. So I think everything that I've basically done so far always revolved around animating or something creative, I guess, which yeah, now comes together in what I do now, which is very nice. I actually am one of the only 2 people that does animations where I work in our agency. Somebody at some point, so I had some knowledge in Premiere Pro. Somebody asked, "Oh, hey, this client wanted to edit or wanted to have this video edited or cut together. Can somebody do that?" And I was like, "Well, I can try." And then I kind of rediscovered my passion for I guess video editing or animating, and since then I just did more and more projects, which of course taught me a lot. And also, not only helps me at work, but also for what I do here. Like the compilation that you've just seen, or video editing, or yeah. I think the hardest part about, or what really helps me is that I do not only like to, I guess, stream. I like to I not only like to do the streaming aspect, but also everything revolving around that. So I like to do my own channel design, or my animations for everything, like these here, like this. That's all that's what I've done, I guess, in the beginning, just because I wanted to. And because it's fun to me, and I like a certain, I guess, quality to it. And yeah, I mean, if I can do it myself, I can very easily, make changes. I, changed my layout recently by just a little bit, which is very easy, way easier to do than if you, for example, grab like a custom layout, because you can't really do your own designs because you aren't really, that proficient at it, or you don't really know that much about it. I'm quite, I guess, lucky that I know a little bit about not only 2D but 3D as well. So it kind of, and video as well. So it's kind of, the perfect trifecta. There you go. Now it all comes just down to, I guess, learning more about filmmaking and creating interesting content, or appealing content, which is, I think, way easier to focus on if you don't have to focus on anything else, or all the other stuff, like how to create your own YouTube banner. Well, open up GIMP and, you know, do some very, you know, basic design. Okay, so, oh, I need to grab my references. Oh, the camera's quite low. There you go. Wait, where's my other... Wait, did I even make a new file? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Of course, I have my references on the side. You can't see them because they're where the chat is. You know, that is unused space, basically the only space that I haven't used for anything on my screen. So that's going to be the reference space. So I've just today I've learned what this this thing is actually called. This thing in front of her, like to catch all the dirt and, you know, sauce and all that stuff. It is called an apron. You probably know that already, but I've learned something new, you know. There you go. You know, so of course I'm not going to retopologize this. I'm just going to give it as much detail that it looks like it's, you know, smooth or retopologized. But I actually have a plugin that makes it way easier. It's basically a plugin that lets you reuse old models. I can show you what I mean with a quick video. What is it called again? Wait, what is it called again? I can't remember. Hold on. I'm blanking. Oh, it's called Soft Wrap. Yeah. Blender. There you go. So, I think this video sums it up quite well. Hold on. This one. Oh, that's sound. Okay. There you go. So, you can see right here. He has a model, a retopologized model. Hold on. I think 720p should be okay. And he has a sculpt. He can now, using this plugin, paste or, you know, put this sculpt or use this retopologized head to retopologize this head without having to create new geometry. He first of all puts it on there, and then he starts he sets everything up. Well, the setting, you can see what happens. He can basically just move the model, the retopologized model, as if it's just, you know, like some sort of balloon or whatever. Then he starts increasing the snapping strength, and it basically snaps to the surface of the sculpt. There you go. It looks kind of weird, but with a few settings, you can, you know, set pins, for example, to pin geometry to a certain place. There you go. He has some like an inner mouth, I guess, mouth geometry as well, which kind of gets stuck to the front as well, of course. And then if he kind of shifts it around, he can create a perfectly retopologized head without having to create new geometry. There you go. So he can create some pins and kind of pin the geometry onto there. And then after some settings, wait, oh, there you go. You can also increase the pin size. There you go, and kind of, you know, look at that. And the face is basically retopologized. Oh, he has probably a better tutorial, showcase right here. So that's a sculpt of a hand. Oh, hello. There you go. And then he has this retopologized hand. Of course, you can see it's not really the exact same pose, but with some work, you can still make it work and fully retopologize this hand. You can, you know, fix it there, and then there you go. That's the new hand. Yep, that's I saw a video of him like showcasing that plugin on Twitter, and I thought to myself, I need this. I instantly went to his Blender Market page and looked at it, kind of wanted to know a little bit more about it, and then instantly bought it just because it's so you know, useful, that I definitely wanted to get that, because that saves you so much time, you know. Yeah, exactly. You can save so much time by just grabbing an old geometry, not having to do like create new a whole new model. Just using an old one saves you so much time. That's why I think what was it, 20 or 40 euros or dollars? It's definitely worth the price if you can, of course, afford it. It saves you so much time. Yeah. Hold on. Do I have? Okay. So that's a general layout, I guess. Hold on. There you go. I need some more references for an apron. I have one, but I need more. So let me just quickly pull up some reference. Apron. Yeah, apron. Why do all these apron, you know, images have dudes in them? I was kind of, kind of thinking there would be more, I guess, female models, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. I don't really want to judge anybody, but, you know, this one is quite good. You can't see what I'm looking at, but it's good reference. There you go. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, so we're gonna speed run this apron, I guess. This is not really that visible overall anyway, so we don't have to be super precise. And I think what I want to do is I want to actually create I want to make a, you know, starting with tomorrow's project with the female orc, I want to utilize this project not only as another, I guess, workflow showcase or whatever, but I actually probably want to use the plugin, the soft wrap plugin, to, you know, for that project as well, just to first of all kind of use it more and kind of get better at, you know, using it, but also oh, okay, see you, Ronak. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining, thanks for chatting. You know, I just want to use it and get better at it, and also probably create, you know, collect some footage to create a small, I guess, video talking about it, because I think it's so useful, and I haven't really seen anybody else talk about it, that I definitely want to cover it, because it deserves more eyes. The developer of that tool actually joined one of my live streams when I was testing it, which was quite a coincidence. He, you know, first of all, he was just, you know, he was just watching the stream, I think, you know, commenting some random stuff while I was trying to figure out this, this plugin, and then at some point he gave me some tips on what I could do to, you know, work better with it. And then he actually told me that he was like the developer, and I was like, oh well, that's a coincidence. And yeah, he gave me some tips. I gave him some feedback on what I think could be improved. It was pretty cool. Oh, whole game. Actually, the first plan that I had was actually to become a game designer, I guess. You know, straight off of high school, that was the plan that I had. Starting off with learning, you know, basic design first as a media design, and then maybe going into a little bit, you know, something closer to game design. I don't know if I still want to do that, or rather would go into stuff like, you know, VR environments or VR showcases, or stuff like that, rather than, you know, game design. I think that's, or, you know, like animations or motion design or whatever. I think that's more interesting for me now. But of course, game design ties quite, you know, is quite close to 3D modeling in general. So I still am very interested in getting better at game design as well, or you know, just game art overall. I actually sometimes when I do hair, I'm not using the particle hair in Blender, but I actually use the hair cards just to kind of get better at, I guess, more like the workflow that you would use for games, because games don't use hair particles, they use hair cards for the hair. You know, just the small changes in the workflow to kind of learn a little bit more about the overall game design workflow. And kind of learning more about each individual field is actually quite fun, and helps a lot in, I guess, just expanding your horizon. So for this dude, he actually has this, he connects the two sides, not in the back, but actually in the front. So that's what I'm going to do as well. I think that's easier than in the back. And it also just gives it a little bit more, you know, something interesting in the front. So this band actually just goes all the way around, which means we have one right there. Then we have one that goes deeper over here. So that's the first band that goes all around the body. There you go. Then we have the other one coming from down here. I actually thought about a video topic that I wanted to maybe do regarding Unreal Engine 5. But I think I don't have too much, you know, I don't have enough knowledge to really talk about that too much. Basically the topic being Unreal Engine environments might look super photorealistic, but then there's also characters. And I think if your characters don't really look that realistic, you kind of, you know, it kind of throws you off. It doesn't really matter how realistic the environment is if you have a character in the scene and the character looks kind of, you know, kind of toony or, you know, stylized, then I think it kind of breaks the immersion. And I don't really know if Unreal Engine 5 can fix that. It can probably improve it, most likely, but I don't know if it can fix that. The biggest problem I think with characters in games is hair. At least from what I've seen from, you know, for example, Resident Evil. Why is my face so orange? That's actually the widest I can get in terms of my light. So the hair in in Resident Evil, the newest part, looked like literally hair cards, as if they just, you know, taped, yeah, basically tape that has some hair printed on it onto the character's, you know, head. Especially in the beginning scene, you see this, you see a character very close up with, you know, their hair that just looks so weird, so you know, the character, their skin and their motion, their facial expressions, maybe even, they're not perfect, but at least they're getting close to realistic. And then you have the hair that just looks absolutely horrendous. It's so weird. And I wonder if Unreal Engine can really fix that. They always talk about how they improve, how they've improved the animations and how easy it is to create environments. You can use 3D scans now with like huge amounts of geometry, and then you have the character. They haven't talked about the character at all, at least from what I've seen. Of of course, me being somebody that likes to do characters is kind of, you know, most interested in characters. And it doesn't really seem like there are that many crazy improvements, especially if you look, for example, at the character that they showcase. The female character that they use to kind of run around in the environment. It looks good, but it still looks stylized. Of course, I think the character itself is supposed to look kind of, you know, cartoonish, but I don't know. A kid's game? Ooh. Do you mean a learning game? Or you mean just like a, I guess, like a, I don't know what to call it. A simpler game? Okay, I think that's enough detail for this part here. I think we can go into more detail with more resolution. Yeah, I think, you know, you can either dedicate multiple years to create a more, you know, or to create a like long game that is more catered to, I guess, adults. Or you can start off with something smaller to kind of get the hang of the workflow, and do some smaller projects first before you go, you know, right into like a huge project, especially on your own. I think starting off small is most of the time the better option. Getting like a feel for it first, and then maybe once you kind of know what you do, going in and doing like a big project afterwards. I think it's better than going in, making a big project first, because then I think at some point you learn so much, like after like a few months or so, that you kind of want to throw away everything that you've done in the first month, because you kind of know, you know, way better techniques now, or you have like done mistakes that you've seen now that you kind of want to correct. So you basically redo what you've done a few months back. I think doing something smaller in the beginning, especially, is better. Do you have a theme already? I'm guessing it's going to be a 3D game. Candy. Oh, okay. You could create something like okay, well, that probably isn't really like a kid's game, but like a, I don't know, the remnants of Candy Crush, and you run around and collect all the candy that wasn't, I don't know, crushed or whatever, or you collect all the small bits. Oh, 2 daughters. Congrats. So it's basically something you want to mainly create for them, or at least, you know, that's the that was the idea. Sounds pretty cool. So now that we have some more detail, of course, I mean some more resolution, we can finish by adding a little bit more detail to the sculpt, the apron. It's not going to be super visible, but you know, everything, like every little bit helps. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most of the time if you do like have a plan for a project, I don't think you're ever gonna get close to what you the time spent never really correlates to this time that you think you're gonna spend on it. Which can be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you want to do. Especially if you make it for somebody that you love, or that you know yourself. I think you always want to spend a little bit more time to make it, maybe not perfect, but better, the best that it can be. So if you then even achieve it, I think that's a even better feeling. So this will of course look kind of weird because it's not really like a whole, knot. Maybe we can kind of create a flow in here. So how does a knot even look like? It looks so weird. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it like this. Okay. This was kind of weird. There you go. Okay. So let's now do the underlying cloth piece, because that doesn't really react to this, this piece here in the front. It kind of ties it together, which kind of pushes this which means that this fabric underneath gets kind of pushed together, which means that it creates some ripples or some folds, which is what I'm going to bring in now, which not only makes it look more realistic, but also ties the two more together. They actually react to each other, which gives it a more coherent and realistic look. I'm not an expert in sculpting cloth, so I'm still trying to learn more about it. But I think I don't want to spend too much time on this, but what I can do here I think is enough for it to look somewhat decent. Of course, having references helps a lot, especially for these folds. I don't really know just yet how you really, I haven't really understood folds completely just yet. Why they are created the way they are created, how they evolve, how they, how like a fold, for example, moves over the cloth, why the fold is in the place where it is in. All that stuff, something that I still want to learn more about. Oh, there you go. Of course, you can spend hours and hours on just sculpting a single piece of cloth, but we don't have that much time. So I'm gonna do this quite quickly, which will probably result in a inferior result, but I'll take that, because this stream is not supposed to be about how to sculpt cloth, but rather how to finish an image. And I actually want to finish this today, because that's the plan. I don't want to, work on this anymore. Not that I wouldn't, that I'm getting sick of it, but this is supposed to be a quick project. And this actually, we've been working on this for quite a while now, relative to other quick projects. Of course, if you ever have something that you want to know more about, I can, note that down and, think about maybe doing like a project revolving around that, or just, talking about it one day. Sometimes, guides that I do, or, tutorials come from thinking about what I, as I said before, kind of wanted to know more about. Back then, a year ago or two. So I think I want to, if you have anything you want to know more about, I'm always happy to hear it. And then maybe it'll become a topic at some point. Usually I plan like a whole week, and then if there's something that we decide to do as a topic at some point, it'll probably be next week. Like, the following week, just because the week is already planned. I kind of like to have a plan for the whole week, just because it's easier to kind of, thinking, it's similar to meal prep. At least for me, it's just easier. Meal prep, preparing all your meals for the week, spending like a few hours on your Sunday on it, maybe even just like 1 hour to kind of prep everything for the whole week. In my opinion, is easier than every day having to think about what you want to do that day. That's why I like to do, create a schedule that not only makes my life easier, but also kind of is another source for somebody to maybe think, oh well, I'm kind of want to learn more about, I don't know, how to start learning Blender, and then, oh well, this dude is making a video on Wednesday about that. Maybe I'll check that out. Actually, I need to change something real quick. Where is it? There it is. I need to change the topic underneath my underneath my webcam. Oh. Creating a realistic female orc character. That might be a little bit too long, but who cares? I mean, when I'm, kind of in my, I guess, talking flow. I still read, you know, what you write. I just, you know, address it later if I don't forget it. Usually I don't. So, you know, if you have something on your mind, you can always write it down. There you go. I don't want you to forget what you had in mind. There you go. Of course, the thinner the fabric will become here at the back, the more it's going to be pushed together, which means we're going to have more folds. So that's why I have these very, very like high frequency of folds right there, which I'm going to continue on this side as well. Of course, this looks very rough. That is first of all because I'm not really an expert in cloth sculpting, as I said before, but also because we don't have that much resolution. But I think in the end we're not going to see that much, so I don't want to spend too much time on adding detail where we're not going to see it. Probably going to do a turnaround render, maybe even, but even then, just going to be there for a quick second. And usually, if you know, look at something like this, or you know, at project that kind of, you know, have a set, I guess, perspective to them. You don't really look at the turnaround and then kind of see, oh well, there's less detail. What I always think then is, well, I guess they just spent less time on that because they wanted to spend more time in the front, which is true. So that's why I kind of don't want to spend too much time on the back. The brushes you use and the modifiers you said. I think after practicing how you learned anatomy and application would help me with the cognition. I notice you are the master of the clay strip. Yeah, so which one do you use to, which brush do you use to add more volume? Do you use the, what is it called? Draw brush? I don't really like the draw brush just because it's hard to add even volume. So if I sculpt in here, you know, and then add like this, you have this big bump at the top. And it's kind of hard to create an even ground with this. I think it's just easier, and it also covers more room by using the clay strip brush, you know, just laying that on there. Creates like an even structure, and then you can, you know, smooth it and make it even smoother. The blob brush, oh no. I think I've never used the blob brush before. Do you mean inflate? Oh, okay, hold on. Ah, okay. I've never used that one before. I mean, it probably works quite similar, but I think the biggest benefit of using the clay strip brush is that you have like this inherent structure to it. It's especially useful for hair. Like if you want to make like a strand of hair, you can create like this zip, and then you can create this flow on the inside as well. And you already have these creases which kind of support or kind of, you know, highlight how this hair should flow, which you don't really have if you use the blob brush because it's so smooth, like by itself. That's why I use the clay strip brush, and I think that's also the one that most people suggest when they when I was watching tutorials. They always use this sort of clay strip brush. Go. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos as well. He was, I think, one of the first, I guess, sculpting tutorials that I've watched, like the how to start sculpting. He basically, you know, talked about settings that are important, or, you know, things to watch out for. And of course I've watched some of his, I guess, progression, or, you know, voiceovers. Another one that I've watched was Follygon, Follegon, I think. He was doing like 2D to 3D recreations as well. That's what, you know, what we do here right now. That's where I kind of got the inspiration from. And it's just, yeah, it was pretty helpful, just overall kind of learning the basic workflow and then kind of going more into the realistic route. They do more stylized stuff, which I don't like that much. So I kind of looked for something like another channel that covers more realistic stuff, which then brought me to Flip Normals. They started with ZBrush tutorials, or overall, you know, sculpting human anatomy tutorials, which helps me a lot. And they are probably the ones that are closest to what I am missing on YouTube. You know, just talking about human, you know, creating realistic human characters, realistic anatomy, the workflow, and all that stuff. Yeah, dynamic topology is probably the most important part about my sculpting workflow. I don't really know if you can really work without it, especially if you start with a ball, like a clay ball. I don't think you can really create a complex, you know, figure without dynamic topology. I also actually started off, I guess not wrong, but before I kind of really thought about it, the first sculpts that I've done was I was using the relative detail option for dynamic topology. I think that's what all the tutorials used, but I think in my opinion constant detail is more, in my opinion, more intuitive for sculpting. Just because you're not restricted to more detail depending on how close you are. You know, if you want to add more detail, you would, for relative detail, need to be very, very close. The problem with going very, very close is that you then don't really see what the changes that you do, what they really have or what impact they have on the overall look. So you would always have to zoom out and then zoom back in and kind of recognize where you have to add more. With constant detail, you can just set this to 100 and just add more detail from afar, like from here, for example, which I think is way easier to do than always having to go very close. Yeah, so I can show you what it does. If you go to wireframe, of course, this is quite dense already. We're at 50 right now. If I set it to 100, and then I sculpt, let's see, let's go down here. So if I sculpt now, wait, where's my, oh, there it is. You can see some triangles right here, you know, and then if I use this with a dynamic topology on constant detail, I can, you know, go very, very, very close and paint, and you can see it adds more resolution. Let's actually go more, let's do 200. Look at that, we have way more geometry, way closer. Is this a net of, you know, vertices? And then we can go far away and do the same. Like this. You can see how dark it gets. Like, now you can see it. The problem with relative detail, you can set your detail size. I don't know, let's set it to 20. If you're very far, you can see it even removes geometry just because we're so far away. If we go closer, like very, very close, you can see it adds much more, a much smaller, I guess, you know, I guess vertice grid. So the closer you get, of course, the more detail you can add with, what is it? relative detail, but I think constant detail kind of supports the overall workflow more. It is more, I think relative detail is helpful to understand what dynamic topology does, but constant detail is more helpful when you start full characters, or like your own projects. Not when you're not really learning anymore, but you start your own projects, just because it kind of supports the overall workflow better. What I mean by that is, with constant detail, you start off with low resolution and then add more and more detail, which is how the workflow usually goes. With relative detail, you have to stay far away to work with less detail, and then if you want to add more detail, you have to get closer, and if you want to go into the next stage of adding more detail, you have to stay close. So if I want to add more detail over here, more detail over here, more detail over here, I always have to be this close to the model to have this to add more detail. But with constant detail, I can just set it to 100 and then work from back here and add more detail without having to be very close and basically see nothing except for this small patch of, the sculpt that I'm working on right now. So it's just overall I guess it supports the workflow strategy, I guess, a little bit better, or technique, from going very, working very rough, setting the basic foundation, and then once you have the basic foundation, if it looks good to you, you can then add more detail to that foundation. Rather than always being able to add more detail, but which can also be a detriment, because if you go closer and you add more detail and then you go back again and you paint over what you've just detailed, you lose all that detail again. So it's just like this weird workflow that doesn't really work, at least in my opinion. I've seen that Jan Sculpts uses smooth shading, but in my opinion, smooth shading, I don't really like it that much, just because I think it can highlight very well where you still need to add more detail, but it's what it hides is how much geometry you have currently. So usually what I can see is, according to how big my faces are or how big the geometry is, I can kind of see how much detail or at which level I am currently, and where I still need to add more detail. So if I, for example, have if I set this to 20, you can see, if I put that in here now, you can see these are huge faces, and then next to them you have 50, a resolution of 50. If I set this to smooth shading, you have this weird artifacting. I don't know why, but there you go. If you remove this artifacting, you don't really see that there's less detail than here. So you kind of just, I guess, have to assume it, or you just don't care about it that much. Which is why I don't like to use smooth shading, just because I like to see where I still need to add more detail to make it, I don't know what to call it, to continue my sculpt. I've seen Jan use it, but I think his style is more catered to this sort of smoothing. His characters aren't, that detailed. They're more, stylized. So stylized characters don't really need insane high resolution geometry, which I think also kind of supports the style that he has. So yeah, so what I do is it's either the case that I have added so much geometry, usually the highest that I go is either 100 constant detail or 150, depending on how much detail I really want to add. And then when I'm fully done with the sculpt, I then apply smooth shading, just because then it's not really about how much geometry there is, it's more about making the skin look like actual skin. If you look at this geometry right now, or this surface, if this would be skin, or hold on, let's go up here. You know, skin wouldn't be like this geometric weird mess, it would be smooth. That's why once I am content with how much geometry or how much detail I have in a certain sculpt, I then afterwards set it to smooth, just to make it look more like skin, and kind of hide the fact that there isn't, you know, or not hide the fact, but kind of hide this very weird geometric look, which kind of distracts from the overall smoothness that skin should have. I'm gonna just keep it like this. Let's put just a little bit more work in the front, and then we can go into the next part. I think that's enough. It's not perfect, but it's at least something. I want to go to the next part. We still have quite a lot to do, so I don't want to waste my time. Okay. Or our time. Today's stream is not about sculpting cloth, so yeah, perfect. Let's save it right there. So now that I'm, happy with how much detail I have. Oh, hold on, there's one more thing that we need. We need this, what do you call it? Like this knot piece. Right there. Oh, hello. Yes, please. I would like some dynamic topology. Zip. So the biggest problem with sculpts is if you have a hole in the middle, you always have to use the Boolean modifier. But at least that's the only technique that I know. But it still looks good, or it works. Maybe we don't even need it for this one because you don't really see it, or no, I think I'm gonna do it anyway. So I want to put a hole in between here, between this loop. So what I need to do is I first of all create a, I guess, hole, semi-hole, and then I'm going to use another object to cut a hole into this sculpt to create the actual hole. There we go. Okay, that looks semi-okay. There you go. I'm going to do the other side first before I go into the Boolean part. Yeah, I was wondering, I was thinking about that. I kind of expected you to be from somewhere in the west, I guess, just because it was like super late for me, and then you said like, okay, let me get another, or let me put on some coffee, and I was like, okay, well, I don't think that you would do that when when it's like just as late as as it is for me. So I kind of knew that you're somewhere from at least in the west somewhere. Okay. Yeah, 1 p.m. Oh no, it's so early. It's 9, 9:46 p.m. for me. So 8 hours later. Whole day. But I think, the time zone that I am in is actually almost the perfect time zone. At least for streaming, I guess. Just because, people that are from... I mean, maybe not really. Because I guess every timeline has at least 2 time zones that can kind of, see your stuff live at least. But I think, like, if you're in Europe... you cannot only, like, people from India almost go to bed, but they can still, catch you for like an hour or so. China, I think, is sleeping. I don't know if Australia is already awake already, but everybody that is from America is still, waking up. I don't know. It's I think a good time to, I don't know. Exactly. Somebody, actually, so of course it depends on where you are in America. If you're on the, East Coast, you can probably also be like the morning show for, yeah, I had someone that I watched before that was from America. That was kind of my morning show, except for he started when it was like 4 p.m. for me. Yeah, exactly. So he was kind of like the after work show, I guess. Despite him being like later. Hold on, no, that actually makes sense. Okay, I don't know what I wanted to say. I forgot. Yeah, but it's definitely, in my opinion, a good timeline. A timeline? Time zone. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to be on the east side, because then it would be way later for you. Good thing is with this another trick, if you want to rotate something like this, for example, like this knot or this piece here, you can use the snake hook. Dude, I can't speak today. The snake hook brush. Grab the ending and then just rotate it, and it kind of twists it. Woo. Oh, welcome back, Jordan. Hope you learned something new today, whatever it was. Maybe had a new experience. Maybe had an interesting talk with somebody. Or maybe you just learned a little bit more about Blender. Nice. My Blender, my file or Blender crashed. I don't know where I stopped. Let's see. Okay. I don't know why, but Blender saves me quite a lot recently. I remember doing a sculpt the previous long-term project that I had, it crashed at some point, and I think I lost like 2 hours of progress. Now Blender is somehow gotten better at that. It just saves, I guess, more frequently, or I just don't even realize that I save. But I don't lose any progress now, which is really, really nice. Yeah, I don't know, it actually crashed quite frequently recently. I don't know why it does. Usually it's only when I do, I guess, quick movements in the sculpting, editor. There you go. Yeah, I think that's okay. Looks kind of scuffed, but that's just how it is sometimes. I think I'm not gonna even put a hole in there. I think that's okay. This one's a little bit thin though. I'm gonna make it wider. Oh, actually, yeah. If you have the mask brush and then you hold or you hover over the geometry that you want to mask, and then you press Shift A, you create this, what do you call this? I don't know, like this proximity mask. So the more you go, you don't even have to, you don't have to press. You just have to hover over the geometry, which creates the selection, which is very helpful for certain situations like this, for example, where I only want to adjust this this piece of cloth rather than what is underneath there. So I can just create this proximity, I guess, selection, and just select this part, which would be very hard to do with by just I guess drawing or painting in my mask. Okay, I think that's enough. Let's go to the layout. So that's enough. So let's put this to smooth. We lose a little bit of detail, but I think that's okay. So let's bring everything back so we can do some let's see, what do we need? Oh, we have to do a few adjustments to the model itself, and then we can do probably lighting first, or texturing. So I thought about maybe doing 2 versions, one which is textured and one which is just not textured. Depending on how much time I have, I think I want to do the black and white version first, and then I'll do the the colored version if I have some more time. So before we go into that though, what I want to do first is the adjustments. Hold on. There you go. Where's the head? There it is. Ah, okay. Okay, so let's save that right now. So, we need some hair. We need some more hair. Hold on. She needs some eyebrows. So we can give her some very easy eyelashes, but let's do the eyebrows first. So for hair, particle hair I'm going to use. Eyebrows are pretty simple actually. The first step to create particle hair eyebrows is to create a duplicate of the skin part where the hair should grow out of. So if I select this piece right here, where the eyebrow should come from, pretty broad, it doesn't really matter that much how big it is. There you go. Do the same on the other side. We can also just, make a unibrow. There you go. I then press Shift D to duplicate it, and then I press P to separate the new geometry, the new duplicated geometry by selection. Because it is still selected, I can just, remove it, remove the duplicate geometry from the rest. I've selected more than I wanted. Let me fix that real quick. What are those? Why are there individual? What is that? Wait, what? Hold on. Let's try that again. Okay, so you select, without anything else selected, you select your area of hair growth. There you go. Perfect. And then you press Shift D, P to separate, and you have a second mesh, which we will make a little bit smaller. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna scale it down just a little bit so it's underneath the actual skin. There you go. And we'll call it eyebrows. Okay. So now what we can use this for is we can add a hair particle simulation to it. We're gonna add a new one. You can see now we have these weird balls. That is because we have to switch from emitter to hair. There you go. Now we have some hair. I'm gonna adjust the length first. There you go. Maybe like 0.05 looks good to me. We can still change it, can we? No, we can't really, but it doesn't really matter that much. So now that we have, you know, at least basic hair, we can now determine where the hair should grow from. How do we do that? First of all, we need a vertex group. We set that and call it, I call it usually density, just because if we go back to the particle simulation or the hair particle simulation, we can go to vertex groups and then use the density option, plug the vertex group in there, and nothing happens, just because we still have to adjust the vertex group itself. The easiest way to do that would be to go into white paint, and now if I hide the body, nope, the head, where's my head? There it is. You can see what actually happens. So you have this, now this geometry is blue. It is blue because you have two colors, basically, or a color spectrum. Blue, it's basically similar to, I guess, binary code. Blue means no. No, hold on. Yeah, blue means no, red means yes, which means if I now use the draw brush and draw in a red stripe, that means, that tells the hair particle simulation, blue, no hair, red, yes hair. And then you have this small gradient in between, just to create, you know, a gradient. So it's not fully binary, but it's similar to binary, I guess. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kind of draw a eyebrow shape that is similar to what she has. And then I can use interpolated hair particles, like an interpolated hair particle simulation, to create the eyebrow shape, which is very, very simple and actually pretty fun to do. So we can also just adjust this later more. One thing you can keep in mind to kind of gauge whether or not your eyebrows are too long. If you go to your mouth, look from the front, your eyebrows should roughly, if you look at my face, for example, I don't know if you can, that's kind of weird to do. Hold on, let's do it with her. So if you go in here and use, if you go from her lower lip, the ending of her lower lip in the center, you then connect this to the outer corner of the nostril, and then you continue this line. You should reach the outer corner of the eye and then also the end of the eyebrow. That's of course kind of hard to do with this perspective, but wait, do I have some sort of head that I can show? Ah, this one. So this one. You can see that's the lower lip. We go to the nostril. There you go. And then if we go further, we have roughly the outer corner of the eye. These ones might even be a little bit too close together. So zip. Going further, and then also the end of the eyebrow. That's a good guide that I learned at some point. how you can kind of gauge whether or not your eyes are too far apart or too far, whether or not your eyebrows are too long or too wide. And then also for the inner corner of the eye, you usually use the outer nostril as well, and you just go up. So like this. So you have this line right there for the inner corner, and then the outer corner you just use the lower lip, the middle of the lower portion of the upper lip in the middle. You go from that to the nostril and then keep going until you reach the eye height, and then you can see where the eye should roughly end. Welcome back, James. Hope you you enjoyed your break. Okay. I need my reference. Okay, there you go. Of course, this looks very, very rough, very, very scuffed. If we want to remove some of this weight, we can go to the subtract brush and just remove some of this weight again. There you go. We can also smooth it, of course, but that's not really what I want to do right now. Okay. So now that we have that, we can go into grooming it, which is pretty simple. Her eyebrows actually are too long, so I'm gonna make it shorter. There you go. A little bit longer, I mean shorter. And then on this side as well. There you go. Oh. Okay. So now that we have the basic layout, we can go back to the particle settings. First of all, we can set some settings. The first most important part would probably be the segments. The segments determine how smooth the hair will be. It basically determines the resolution of the hair. The higher you put it, the more, I guess, it's similar to a curve. Hold on, no, not really. I don't know how to describe it. So if you have like a circle, for example, in Blender, that is of course made out of vertices. The more vertices you have, the smoother the circle will be. That's kind of how you can imagine how these segments for hairs work. I usually set it to 8, but I think 5 works well for eyebrows just because they're not that long. Set that to 5 as well. And the viewport display to 5 as well. We can also hide the emitter. That basically just hides the emitter. Who would have guessed? That is helpful if you have it kind of poking through the skin, for example, at some point, or you know, at some areas. You can just hide it because you don't really see it anyway. And then, yeah, that's basically all we need. Oh, we need one more thing. What I want to do first, I want to decrease the number of parent particles. Parent particles, I'll explain in a second. Let's set that to 100 maybe, 50 for each side, so we can work with those. Okay, let's change the seed. The seed basically redistributes the randomly placed hair. That looks pretty good. No, not really. I'm looking for an even distribution. I think that works. So, of course, now we only have 100 hairs, which is not enough. So what we need is more. Who would have guessed? So what we can do is we can just go to the children. Children basically are children of parent particles, which means they follow the shape of the parent particle. We have two different ways of doing that. We have simple or interpolated. Simple means that the children spawn around a specific parent particle. If I change the radius, you can see it. Now we have the small clusters around each individual parent particle, which can be helpful especially for hairstyles. But for eyebrows, what I like to use is interpolated. Interpolated just places these hairs all over the surface. It doesn't really matter where the parent particles are. The only thing that matters for these interpolated children is which parent is the closest to the randomly placed hair. So if there's a parent particle right here, there's a parent particle right here that face in opposing directions, all the children particles between these basically create a gradient from one to another. So if there's like one that, you know, like looks like you have two parent particles and there's one right in between the two, it would just be straight because it would be pulled in this direction by one of them, but then pulled in the other direction by the other one. So it kind of just stays in the center. That's kind of how interpolated children work. We can probably set this to 50. 50 might actually be too much. Let's set it to 25. Oh, not 2. 25 I said. There you go. We can set some basic settings here. I'm gonna do that real quick. 0.75. 0.5. Here shape. So you can see they're very thick right now. Thick boys. So what we need to do is we go to the hair shape section and we set the diameter root to something lower, maybe 0.25. That's still quite a lot actually. Let's set it to 0.15. Perfect. So now we have quite fine hair. This might actually be too thick, but you know what? Why not? Well, I'm gonna put it to 0.05. Nope, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put it to 0.1. Okay. Of course, the thinner we make the hair, the more hair particles we need. The tip can stay at 0. Perfect. Okay. So now that we have the visual aspect, or at least the individual hair particle shape, we can now go into the overall hair particle hair structure or flow. So we can go into the particle edit tab, and now we can adjust the parent particles. Of course, the parent particles dictate how children particles behave. So if we change those, all the other children particles will, or all the children particles will follow this change. So what I want to establish here is basically a trend, or I want to dictate the flow to create a personal flow, I guess, to adjust each individual hair. So after I'm done with the general flow, I adjust these individual ones just to kind of detail it more. There you go. Of course, trying to keep it very close to the skin. Okay. Those, of course, we have to do it, maybe not for all 100, but at least for some of them. There you go. What also helps is to enable children, so we can actually see what the changes do. There you go. Now we can actually see what it does. So if I move this hair, all the hairs around it will kind of shape according to this hair parent particle. And of course, the more we do, the more we adjust, the better the hair will look. We can maybe even select these two together. There you go. That already looks way better than before. But of course, we're not done. Also, if we don't really have parents in the right spot, we have like huge gaps right here, for example, right here, we can just add more. You know, by just tapping on it. And there you go, there's another one. That is especially helpful if you know, have these blank spots where there's just no parent particle. Then the children particle might behave very weirdly. So just adding more helps kind of solve that problem. What I like to do the general structure for eyebrows is that you have two streams working against each other. Basically, you have the hairs coming from the bottom, growing out of the bottom half of the hair. I mean the eyebrow. These ones basically most of the time grow up into the bulk of the hair for the eyebrow, and then the ones at the top grow down into the bulk of the hair, which creates this flow that you usually see for eyebrows. So the higher you go with your parent particles, the lower I guess they point, and the lower you go, the higher. No, yeah, the lower you go, the higher they point. So especially here, we have a problem. We need one more over here to kind of move all these children particles down a little bit more. Of course, depending on how bushy these eyebrows are supposed to be, you can either create this counter force, I guess, of hair or not. It's all dependent on how bushy it's supposed to be. But this one is, I think, kind of quite a kept, kept eyebrows. Not really super wild, but I think we're going in the right direction. Trying to not go too far off the skin. There you go. Trying to keep it very close to the skin. That's also the technique that I've used for the previously finished Dream real life face sculpt, or piece, I guess. Worked very well in there as well. Okay, then we have this big hole right there, so I'm going to just add maybe 1 or 2 parent particles to kind of fill this gap. There you go. We have it down there as well. Perfect. Yeah, hair isn't really the most exciting part about a character, but at least it's pretty simple. It just takes a lot of time, it's just tedious. We can extend a selection by selecting one vertex, or you know, the ones that you want to select, and then if you want to extend the selection, you can press Control and plus on your numpad, if you have one, to extend the selection basically. Very helpful, especially for hair. I can just select the one of these vertices, or you know, so let's finish over here. Finish the look. There you go. Maybe this is actually too long. We'll see. We need a few more hairs, especially here. There's a huge gap. And then down here as well. I think overall the hair distribution is too broad. So we have to change the weight painting a little bit. The vertex group, adjust it a little bit. Okay. Okay, this looks kind of weird. Hold on. I think this one can just go away. Remove it. Okay. This one looks weird. This one's too far down. That's better. I think the weight paint is the biggest problem here. Let's go out of particle edit. We can already see what it looks like. It's not perfect, so let's adjust it. Let's go back to weight painting and adjust what we have here. Kind of making it sharper. There you go. Looks immediately better. Yeah, I think it's too long, so I'm gonna just remove a little bit more. Erasing some of that hair. Let's go back to adding up here. Oh, that's quite a lot. Let's go back to subtracting. Okay. Finishing touches. I'm not gonna spend much more time on this side or on the hair overall, just because of course we want to finish it today, and I want to have at least half an hour to do lighting and rendering. We can also do a few changes, of course, in the hair settings if we want to, but I think overall it looks good already. There you go. We can also decrease the strength of the subtract brush to kind of, you know, reduce the amount of hair that we have. Create a nice gradient. Especially in the middle here, we can see we have quite a few hairs only. So using the subtract tool with less, I guess, strength can help create a dynamic gradient from dense hair distribution to, I guess, less dense hair distribution. Let's do the other side now. Hold on, I want to do one more thing. I think it's actually a little bit too thin. So let's increase the thickness just a little bit. There you go. Okay. Let's do the other side now. First of all, the general direction, of course. There you go. I don't know why it looks so weird when you do this. It looks like if you use like these some sort of brush and you just, you know, use your hand to kind of tilt the hairs. Okay, there you go. Can I use... Oh, I can actually change the strength. Perfect. I can already kind of push them into shape. Not perfectly, of course. But kind of start. There you go. We have quite a lot over here. But we'll see. So let's start with this one. This one isn't facing in the right direction. You can see right here at the bottom, it's actually facing upwards. So let's adjust that. This might actually be too far forward. So what we can do is to move this strand, we can remove preserve root position, which is this box right there. And then if we have the full hair selected, we can just press G to move it somewhere else. And then we can re-enable it. Preserve root position basically means that you can, I guess, disconnect, or you can, usually hair particles are fixated on their root position, so you can move every single part of the hair particle except for the root. But if you disable that setting, then you can move all of it, which can be helpful sometimes, especially if you want to move hair, but in general I usually keep it on. Because otherwise you would just have hair flying all over the place. There you go. So now by just changing these parent particles, we can change the overall flow of the hair very easily. It already looks more like an actual eyebrow. We have a huge gap over these two here, over these hair particles. We can add some more hair there soon. Let's do it now. right here, right there. There you go. Doing a quick checkup here. Okay, perfect. Go. I don't want to go against the grain too much with these. They're not supposed to cross each other. They're just supposed to push all the hair in the middle, in the center of this eyebrow. I don't want to, you know, create this weird zigzag. Okay, we have quite a lot over here. I'm going to delete some of them just because more doesn't really mean better, especially with interpolated hair. I think that's better now. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Oh, hello. Let me select this here, please. Nope, this one. Come on. There you go. Okay. That's why I said it's kind of tedious. Adjusting every single hair particle can be can take quite a long time. But of course, the more time you spend on it, the better it's going to look in the end. That might not always be the case, but I think with hair, if you know what you're doing, it's definitely the case. You know, sometimes you lose yourself in detail and just work without any real changes, or maybe even, you know, make it worse because you kind of get lost in them. But I think if you do it right, then especially with hair, more detail equals better looking. There you go. Almost done. Almost done. We're almost over it. Okay, so now that we have the general structure, I think we can make it look a little bit more, you know, appealing by just smoothing out a few of these. There you go. Also changing the weight paint just a little bit might help. Let's do that now. Subtract, there you go. So I want to remove a few down here. There you go. Is it too long? It's definitely too long. There you go. But now it's actually too short. There you go. Let's decrease the strength even more to kind of create these stray hairs at the top and at the bottom as well. Remove some of them in the front to create a, you know, less density over here. There you go. Perfect. I think that's okay. So for the eyelashes, we do something else. I actually have a eyelash. Hold on. Before I do that, I want to see what it looks like in rendered view. For the eyelashes, I have a specific model that I usually use now. Just because it's, you know, easier to just grab the one that I already have rather than always having to create new eyelashes. What I want to do first though is I want to go in here and create an eyebrow material. By applying a material to the surface where the hair grows out of, you basically create the material for the hair. There you go. I think that looks pretty good. Looks quite okay, I would say. So let's go to... Well, there's a big hole right there. Why is there a big hole? That's interesting. Maybe that's because of the weight paint? Oh, hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Hopefully that fixes it. Doesn't really seem like it does. I wonder why. Maybe because of the parent hair? Let's see. There are quite a lot over there. I wonder why there's just so much missing. I mean, we could maybe add one more. One or two more. Over here. There you go. Oh. Hopefully that helps. We could of course also increase the density, but I think what that would do is basically just make the dense areas more dense and then the less dense areas just stay the way they are. So I don't know if that's really a solution. I think that helped. Just adding these parent particles. Maybe. Maybe we also just need more hair. Maybe because we have so many more parent particles over here, it kind of distributes it more over there. So let's see what happens if we increase the density. Yeah, it's still it does exactly what I thought. So there has to be a different problem. I guess it's the parent particles. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a few more over here, like there, and there, and there, and there. Okay. Oh, there's a huge gap in here. Hold on. What is this? Haven't even seen that. So hopefully that helps. There's a big hole in here as well. There you go. Let's see. Okay. Perfect. Hopefully that fixes the problem. Yeah, there you go. Looks way better. Perfect. It could probably use some more work, but you know. I wanna work on the render now. Okay, let me go sit down. Okay, so let's finish this piece. Okay, so now we need one more thing. Hold on. So we need the eyelashes. Well, that shouldn't be a big problem. I can just grab them from one of my old projects. I've used them in my likeness sculpts. And I've just used them ever since. There you go. We don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this. We only need the eyelashes. There you go. Of course they're too small, so I'm just going to scale them up. They're not going to fit perfectly, but it's a good start. Then once they are on top of the eyes, we can adjust them better. I mean, why? Because of all that hair. I think my PC is from what was it? From probably I think I've built this PC I think like 5 years ago or so. I don't really have a good comparison. I'm not really that proficient. I don't really know that much about PC, so I don't really know if it's like a good PC. I think I had someone recently tell me that the stuff that is, you know, the components are still pretty good that I have. I wanted to upgrade at some point just because it is not the best PC anymore for games. So I yeah, thought about maybe upgrading at some point. But for Blender it definitely is still good enough for most things. Maybe, of course, I guess the biggest change if I would upgrade would be, I guess, render speed. especially for, I could even use real-time viewport denoising, which would be awesome. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's no stock right now anyway, so that's not gonna happen for a while. So this of course doesn't have to be perfect. This geometry we're going to see anyway. So if I go now out of the edit mode, you can see, there you go. Looks pretty good. They don't really connect oh, actually almost connect perfectly. So that's the first half. Let's do the other side. There you go. First I'm gonna kind of place it on the eyelashes, eyelids. And if we need to do some adjustments, we can still do them. There you go. I think the bottom is kind of too, first of all, it's too far out, and then it's also too low. See right here, we need to pull this a little bit closer in. There you go. Look at that. Perfect. And those are the eyelashes. Super simple, super easy, super effective. So now we have everything. Oh no, hold on. There's one more thing, a very, very small thing, which is we need to grab these, put them in her hair as well. There you go. These ones are huge, wow. The one in the sketch. Super long. Like this maybe. Oh, that fits perfectly. This one I think has to be a little bit, wait, a little bit slimmer maybe. There you go. There you go. Look at that. That's the finished sculpt. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do I'm going to create a backup of this. Basically just save it as a new version. So I can do some big changes that I cannot go back on. So if I do, you know, if I want to go back on these changes, I can at least go and recover my previous version, this one, by just opening up my last save. So I'm going to save it as a version 4A. There you go. And then let's do the big changes. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'll grab a cube. This cube will provide some cleanness. What I want to do with this is I want it to actually make it exactly like the sketch, which means that we have to cut her off roughly over here. Right there. At least on this side. There you go. We need to make sure that everything is inside of this cube. And then what we can do is we can set this cube to viewport display wire, or what you can also do is we can just remove only the faces, so we have this cage. No, that doesn't work. Hold on. We have to set it to wire. There you go. Then we can select these individual geometry pieces that are in, or objects that are inside of the cube. We use a Boolean modifier. select the cube. This will probably, oh, there you go. Okay, this is of course not really that visible just yet. We need to do the same with the arm and this apron. Of course, the more geometry the object has, the more difficult it'll be to cut. But that looks quite good. So let's do the shirt. Oh, there you go. And then the arm will be the last part. It froze for a second on that shirt. Let's see if this arm... Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Let's... Now it looks a little bit cleaner, see? Of course, well, maybe not cleaner down here, but, you know. Oh, let's do this one as well. It's at least a sharp cut. Which looks better than this weird rounding at the bottom, because I just ended the sculpt right there. There you go. So now let's go into rendered view to kind of see what it looks like. Oh. There you go. I think this is way cleaner than having this weird, you know, thingy down here. We could maybe pull the cube a little bit lower. I think that might be a good idea to kind of show everything, at least including the arms. So we have to disable the Boolean effect first, otherwise it's just going to crash. Just hiding it. There you go. Wait, where's the body? There you go, I think that's better. So now let's go in here. Actually, I think that's okay. I think it has a certain flair if we cut off just the small little elbow right there. I don't know, hopefully. Yeah, just, you know, this little bit kind of makes it look like it's out of a sketch brought into the 3D world. That's exactly what I wanted. There you go. You could even 3D... Oh, no, not really. I mean, if you would prepare it, you could maybe 3D print it. There you go. Okay. See this very, very smooth surface here? That's what I like. Okay. So, let's do the render part. We're not going to use an HDRI. HDRI meaning high dynamic range image. Basically just using lighting that has been captured in the real world to kind of simulate real world lighting. We're actually going to use our own lights. What I want to do first though is I want to remove half the bowl as well. Wait. The bowl is too... Oh, not solidify. I need some more geometry there. Not solidify. Why do I always select solidify? There you go. That's better. To not smooth it out too much, what we can do is we can just use a bevel modifier to bevel the edges, and then afterwards use a subdivision modifier that should theoretically, yeah, see? It just keeps the sharp edges, which I like. There you go. Now let's use the new cube to cut off the bowl. Let's set it to wired view. And then we go to the bowl and use a Boolean modifier. There you go. It looks kind of weird, but I think that's kind of the flair of the image. There you go. Let's call it Boolean 2. This one will be Boolean 1. Perfect. Look at that. Okay. Let's do some lighting. The bowl needs to change. It is too open. You can see too much of the bowl. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here and add some more geometry right there. There you go, I think that's better. Kind of just hinting at that there's a bowl, I don't know. I don't want to show the geometry underneath though. So maybe more like this. Let's keep it like this for now. Okay, so now I'm going to show you my workflow for lighting. How do I do my custom lighting? Of course, this will be our reference. Let's pull up a vertical split to create a shader window. I think we can adjust the camera a little bit as well. Go a little bit closer. Okay, I think the bowl is too big. Let me fix that real quick. There you go, I think that's better. Now we have to kind of adjust the Boolean. I think that's okay. Okay, so let's go to my lighting technique. I've kind of developed this while doing my submission for the MSI Creator Award. The workflow is very simple, but I think very effective. Hold on. Okay, so let me show you how I do lighting. It's very, in my opinion, pretty intuitive, pretty simple, and pretty easy. So, of course, we have a reference for this piece, so it'll be a little bit easier, but it is the same workflow as if you would do it for your own piece. What I do is I go, of course, in rendered view. Right now there is an HDRI applied to it, so I'm going to remove that. I'm also going to remove the materials for now. I can bring them in later. Hold on. There you go. Okay, so we need to remove the HDRI. There you go. Okay. So we can see she isn't lit. I have this node set up in a way where I can remove the background color from the background lighting, which means I have a node for the background lighting right here, and then I have one for the background color. If I change this to blue, bright blue, she's going to be bright blue lit by the environment lighting. If I set it to something else, then of course she's going to be lit in a different way. This way I can just, light her individually, I can remove the background look from the background lighting, which helps me, for example, if I want to make the background bright green, I can still do that and not affect the sculpt. The setup for this node setup is pretty simple. You just use a mix shader, put these two background nodes into the mix shader, and then use a light path is camera ray and put that into the factor. This way you can just separate the two. Light path camera ray basically tells you either the background node. So the background node, the upper background node will be used when the camera cannot see the background, and the lower background node will be used when you can see the background. So the camera can see the background behind her. That's why the background there is white. Everything that is behind the camera or not in the camera's vision is dark. So now that's the basic. We've basically set up the environmental lighting. That is just the starting off gray tone. I could also set this to black so that we have no environmental lighting, but what I like to do is to add just a little bit so that it's not like insanely dark in the areas where it's where there's no lighting. There you go. So we're gonna work with, of course, this the sketch to create the lighting. And what I like to do is I like to create the main light first. So what is supposed to be highlighted, what is supposed to be the main focus of the image. For the sketch, it would be her forehead, her face, her face, her nose, the bridge of her nose, the forehead, maybe even the cheeks a little bit, and the mouth. So what we can do is we can grab a light. What I usually use is either point light or area light. I'm going to use a point light for this one. And then I can just, place it so that it'll light up the areas that we, decided on before. Yeah, we're going to place the light in a way where we're going to light up the forehead, the cheeks, the nose, the bridge of the nose, and maybe a little bit of the lips as well. We can also increase the power to kind of see better what is actually lit up. So setting it maybe to 100, for example, you can now way better see where the shadows actually are. By moving this light, we can kind of, first of all, of course, determine where the shadows come from and also what will be highlighted. This way we can set the first focus point, which will basically be the main focus point. This will be a very basic lighting setup. That's that's usually my go-to basic lighting setup that I use, either 3 or 4 lights in the scene, depending on what the geometry looks like. But yeah, for this one we're probably going to use 2 or 3. No, 3 or 4. So let's place this light first so that it kind of highlights the forehead, the nose, and doesn't have a huge shadow under the nose. So probably somewhere over here. We can also see that we have some shadow on her arm. Of course, the drawing isn't necessarily perfectly physically accurate when it comes to lighting. That's what we kind of have to account for when we create 3D recreations of 2D images. But it's still a good help in terms of where the light could come from. So we can see the light will probably not come from the right side because there's a shadow on her hand. It'll probably more come from somewhere up here, just because these thumbs are lit up, her forehead are lit up. So something maybe like this. What we can do to make the shadows sharper, you can see it right here, for example. To make sharper shadows, we can go into the radius and decrease the radius. If you make it very, very small, you can see it's a very, very sharp shadow. If we increase the radius, it's a very smooth shadow. You can now kind of decide, of course, what the look should be. I think for this one it can be quite smooth. So not like completely sharp, not completely smooth like this. Something in between. I think that looks pretty good. So now we have a, hold on, I'm going to increase the power maybe to 500. Okay, that's too strong, 250. Now we have some nice shadows around her nose. We have this shadow underneath her eyebrows, which we have in here as well, like there, for example, or here. The cheeks are lit up, the nose bridge is lit up, and the forehead is lit up. Now we can go into the next part. The next part will probably be which side should be the dark side. You can decide whether or not the right side or the light side, no, the right side or the left side should be the side that is darker. Usually if you light a face, for example, it is helpful to keep one side darker than the other to create first of all more depth, and also just highlight the structure more. For example, if I now grab this light and pull it to this side, maybe decrease the radius and increase the power maybe to 500. What it does is it not only, for example, if I move it over here somewhere like there, or even down here, it can first of all create this nice contour on her cheek, but it can also create stuff like, you know, it can highlight these folds a little bit better. It can create a nice contour on the side here. But overall what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to make this side darker than this side, so that you can kind of create first of all like more depth. What we can also do is we can make this background a little bit darker. There you go. We can also maybe make this a little bit, we can move this to this side, so this way, see what happens. We can increase the darkness on the right side. There you go. Let's see if we can change the radius. Of course, it's always just, you know, adjustments until you find the right look. But that's basically my workflow. See now how we can just highlight these small ripples, these small hairs, the structure of the hair way better, because the hair comes from the left side and not from the right side. If I would move this light to the right side, where you can see what happens, it just looks way flatter. See, you don't really see the structure anymore that well. You can see it a little bit in there, but if we compare it to the previous look, let's look at that. We have way more contrast here. So these two lights are there to, first of all, create a focus point on the character, the first one up here, for example, and then you have a second one that kind of helps the focus point light, first of all, create bright spots on the right side that accentuate the structure of the face, and also separate the one side from the other by increasing the light. This you could also probably call like a rim light, because it only highlights just this outer rim of the face or the silhouette. If we move it all the way back here, for example, you can see it very well. Like, okay, hold on. Especially on the face right there. But that's not really the look that we see on here. I think what we want to do is we want to move this even forward a little bit. Do we even need this? Hold on. Yeah, we definitely need a second one. Otherwise we just have to, the depth isn't there. What we can do though, what I like to do is, this one I like to keep pretty small. This one I like to make bigger. The radius, nope, not this radius. I want to increase the radius of the second lamp, because this lamp is more supposed to lighten up one side rather than, you know, create sharp shadows, for example. I'm probably going to decrease the strength maybe to 400, maybe even to 300. Let's set it to 350. To, you know, just lighten up one side and kind of create a nice depth. There you go. We can see on her shoulder, for example, this arm looks darker than this arm, or shoulder rather. That's what we kind of simulate here. I think the light is still pretty dark, but we can adjust that later. What I want to do first is I want to create a I want to create the shadows first before I adjust the values. So now what we need is a light on the right side as well. The right side is very dark. We don't see any detail over here, for example. So that's where the last light will come in. We're just gonna grab this one again, move it over here, and probably decrease the strength to something very small. This one is only supposed to be here to light up completely dark spots where you lose all detail that was there before. So you can make it very dark. It is only supposed to bring back some of that structure that was there before without making it too bright. See, now if we remove this light, you can see the difference over here. That's the lighting. We have some nice shadows here. We can see the structure very well. If I remove this light, you can see nothing. That's why we add this third light. So let's recap how this worked so far. We have a light to set the focus on the, hold on. So we have one to set the focus. Where should the shadows fall? Where should the subject be lit the most? For her, it's the forehead, the nose, and the cheeks, and the hair as well. Then we add another one to create more depth in the image itself. Without this light, it looks very, you know, very flat. This side is almost as dark as the other side. So we add a second light on the side somewhere to make one side of the image brighter than the other one. The problem now is that we have a very bright side, or a brighter side, and then we have a very dark side. The dark side has no detail in it now. So what we can do is we can add a third light on the other side that is very dim and is only there to bring back some of that structure that we had before. And this way we have a very simple lighting setup to create to, I guess, highlight the features of the character. What you can also do is we can add a third light, which we're going to put in the back, which will be the actual rim light. This one is just only to lighten up one side of the character. This light can be more for an actual rim light. So if we increase the power maybe to 1000 and move this light around a little bit. First of all, what we can do is to kind of see what each individual light actually does, is we can just hide all the other lights. There you go. And now by just focusing on this one light, we can actually see where the light will put its, I guess, how the light affects the object. There you go. So this light, for example, by setting it maybe to 3000, it creates this nice white outline on her silhouette right there and there. We can maybe even move it over here, maybe over here. I like it like this. So that's all that it does, nothing else. Then we can see what the focus point does, like this, you know, it creates a nice focus point. Then we have the one that lights up the scene, creates, you know, makes this side of this sculpt or the piece just brighter overall. We could maybe even move it a little bit further to the front. There you go. And then we have one more on the other side to just kind of a little bit highlight the right side, to make it, to alleviate and bring back some of bring back some of that detail that was missing. If we combine these now, we have this. It is probably also pretty flat still, so there's one more thing that we can do to finish the look. We can go into the render settings, and there's a hidden trick that I've shown off before that is super helpful if you want to see whether or not your light is actually very dark or not. It's kind of hard sometimes to see whether or not, you know, what you see in front of you in the rendered view is in the gray tones or actually like very bright. So what you can do is you can go to color management and go from view transform filmic. No, hold on. Look, from look none to, no, hold on, where is it? Oh, there it is. View transform filmic to false color. This way, you can see how bright your light is. Red, it is a spectrum from dark blue to dark or bright red. Blue means cold or very low light. Red means very, very, like a lot of light. So if we increase this light, for example, we set it to 500, we can see what it does. It will make the forehead more orange. See? Now it's a little bit more orange. If we go into the normal filmic look, we can see it's just a little bit brighter. Before it was at 250. See, it's just a little bit brighter. So setting it to 500 might be a good idea. Then we can also go back into it and can look at the other colors. Like this one, for example, if this is too dark, if we set this to 500, we can see it gets a little bit more orange, maybe too orange. What this is especially useful for is if you have textures and you overexpose something. That means overexposing means that there's an area that is completely white, which means you cannot see any detail anymore. So if you add a bump map and then you overexpose that image or that texture, then the detail of the bump texture, for example, will be lost. This way, using these different colors, it is way easier to see rather than having to distinguish these individual white tones to see if it's overexposed. Using this it is a way easier to do that. So if I would set this to 10,000, look at this, everything's red. You cannot even see any details anymore on the left side because everything's red. If we now go back into filmic, see, there's just so much detail lost. If we set it back to 500, we get all the structure back. So this is a very simple way to see whether or not you, first of all, have a very bright, or whether or not the values for your lights are high enough or low enough, depending on, of course, what kind of look you want to go for. And you can also use this to kind of see if you have overexposure, which is very hard to see if you only work in this rendered view. What you can of course also see, which is why we brought this point light in, is to kind of bring back some detail. If we go back into the false color and remove this light, everything over there should be roughly almost blue. Look at this. There's no detail we can see here. You can't even see the folds except for the silhouette. If we bring it in, zip, we can see it again. That's a very useful technique to kind of check your lighting in the scene and kind of, you know, perfect the lighting for your piece. I think this works better for characters than environments, but I think for environments you can use it as well in certain areas. Okay, so now that we have the basic lighting, let's change the background. Of course, the background being very, I guess, you know, it is paper white. That is what I wanted kind of wanted to emulate. One thing that I want to change though is the materials for the character. I think one thing that is kind of that can bring this to the next level maybe is to kind of maybe create some sort of procedural a procedural, you know, drawing shader. Basically making it kind of look more like this. We've tried to do that with the model, but I think we can go even closer by using textures. I think what I want to use is a noise texture. So let's go in here. First of all, I need the band-aid. There you go. This has some color, so I'm gonna remove the color real quick. There you go. Saturation 0. Okay. Contrast, there you go. Increase the contrast, there you go. So now we have this, I guess, what is it called again? I can't remember. The band-aid. There you go. I'm gonna set this to smooth as well. Okay. So what we can actually try, I want to try something. Hold on. So what if I go into the noodles? I want to try it with the noodles. I want to use a Fresnel node to create this comic look. So if we go in here and use a input Fresnel, not geometry, input Fresnel node, we can see what it looks like. So which means if we invert this, then use a converter color ramp, we first of all have to change the values. There you go. And then kind of smooth it. Hold on, let me see. No, hold on. I think the layer node is better. Input layer node. I mean, what is it? Layer weight facing. There you go. This gives us a better gradient. Putting that into the color gives us this grayish tone. Which can create this kind of comic look by creating these black outlines. So if we apply this material to all the others as well. Link materials. That's what it looks like now. What if we apply the same to the face? Oh, okay. That looks interesting. Maybe we should separate this and customize it individually. But we can create this nice drawing type of look by creating these, I guess, simulated drawn on contours. The layer node basically works in a way where if you look at a surface, if the surface is basically facing away from you, it's going to be dark. If it's going to be, no, it's going to be white. If it's going to be face at you, it's going to be dark. By using a invert node, it's going to be the exact opposite. So if you look at it, it's going to be white. If it's facing away from you, it's going to be dark. Okay, let's apply that to this hair. Let's see what that looks like. Whoa. I have to unlink it first. There you go. This way we can create these lines, kind of as if they're drawn on. I don't really know if that'll look good. We'll see. Let's apply this to here as well. Yeah, you can see what it does if we just remove it. See, there's nothing, and then bringing it back in and kind of creates this contour. That's exactly why I want to use it, because it creates this comic look. Oh, hold on, we did change this. Wait, oh my god, I always forget to apply it. I mean to split it. Link the material, there you go. This is too strong, so I'm gonna unlink it and adjust it individually. Okay. Let's do it for the shirt now. Oh, welcome, Kapu Sharma. Hope you enjoyed your day, your Tuesday. We're in the process of finishing this this model. You know, I don't really know if it's a good idea to try to emulate the drawing style if you want to recreate it in 3D. I think it's better to just, you know, keep the 3D style, because that's kind of supposed, you know, that's supposed to be the whole the idea. So I'm actually gonna remove it again. I think that's better. There you go. We're gonna select this and link the material. Oh, link material. There you go. Okay. We can bring in a little bit something different though. So one thing to kind of make this look more, I guess, more interesting is we can change some physical properties. What I mean is we can change a few, you know, the roughness, for example. If we change the roughness, it'll be a little bit more, she will have better highlights. Like there, for example, this nice lighting on her nose. If we increase the roughness, there's nothing like that. Which means that we can also kind of highlight her facial structure a little bit better than just using lighting. See, she has this nice streak on her nose, which kind of, and also right here, this nice contour, which kind of helps highlight the structure of her face. There you go. If we now use this and apply it maybe to the hands as well, because the hands are pretty smooth as well. Link the materials. There you go. We can create some nice highlights. I think what I want to do is I want to go back to the world. Should I put this to black? I don't really know which one looks better. I think this one creates a better contrast, so it's easy to see. Let's try both. Let's try both. So I'm going to set this to white first, do a quick render, then I'm going to set it to black and do a quick render. What we could do though is we could maybe make this a little bit grayer. There you go. Then we have to select all the other hair particles. Hold on, where's my hair? Body. No, hair strands. No, not delete. Okay. I think decreasing the roughness for this one looks kind of weird, because then it looks like wet hair. So keeping it at 0.5 might be a better idea. There you go. We could also give these hair strands a new material, which will be just a little bit darker. There you go. Link. Oh. Link materials. There you go. Okay. Maybe this shirt can be a little bit darker as well. We're gonna just create a new material. Okay, perfect. Okay. Let's do a quick render. Yeah, resolution should be good. Sampling. Of course, the sampling, the more we increase it, the better lighting we'll have, or the less noise. So let's set it to ×8 first. If that is too much, if that takes too long, then I'm gonna decrease the render resolution. I mean the sampling rate. So let's do a quick render. And then we can go into Photoshop to do the post-production. Oh, hold on. We have a few objects that I still need to disable in the render. Okay, now it should be better. That's something you're gonna have to watch out for. That there's nothing that you've hidden that will still be rendered. Because then you might, you know, do a quick render for like an hour and then you have something right in front of the camera that you didn't want to have there. There you go. So how long will this take? Two minutes? Perfect. Yeah, once we have the first render, we can probably... Oh, now it's going up. Hold on. Yeah, let's do it. Let's put it to... I'm gonna do like a demonstrative render. Meaning, I'm gonna do like a, I guess, beauty render later. What I want to showcase here is more the post-processing workflow rather than like the final result. Oh, way faster already. A minute, maybe two. I can work with that. Oh, it's going up. It's already at 2. Oh no. That's the worst, when it starts off very low and then goes higher and higher and higher. Of course, we could also use, you know, work with, I guess, custom textures to kind of highlight some areas or create this more comic look. But we're not going to do that. So, oh, hold on. Is there a light that is still hidden? No. Okay. No. Yeah, once this is done, we can go to Photoshop and do some post-processing in there. Kind of adjusting the values, maybe the contrast, just overall doing some, I guess, how would you call it, like a real-time adjustments in Blender. Every time you change something in the compositor, it has to calculate the change, which means that it's not real-time. So, you know, doing it in Blender is kind of a hassle and kind of hard to do sometimes. It's just slower, so I prefer to do it in Photoshop. I like to add the glare node in Blender because you can't really add that later. The glare node basically creates like a glow around very bright areas, which can make renders look way better. But everything else I prefer to do in Photoshop. Okay, and that's the render. Almost done. Denoising is working. There you go. Okay, let's save this image. In my renders folder. I also hold on. Okay, there you go. I think one thing I should mention is how how you also should render out your images. So usually in your export settings, you have of course your render settings like these sampling rate, the samples, or you know the color management tab, but you also have this output properties tab. In there you have the output tab itself. In this one you can set the file format. Usually I think the standard is PNG, right there. But what is better to use to render is OpenEXR. OpenEXR is basically like a raw camera file. Raw camera file basically means that it can capture more. It has a higher dynamic range. Basically, it can capture more. It can capture brighter tones and darker tones, so that you have more range in your values, basically. So where the PNG would just display pure white, the EXR would actually display a, I guess, white to gray gradient. It can just capture more detail, which helps you in the end create better renders. So what I prefer to do is I'll set it to file format OpenEXR, color RGBA or RGB, depending on if you have alphas or not. And then you can set the color depth to float full, zip lossless, and then you render it with these settings. And then afterwards you can save it as a PNG, which means that you by rendering it as an OpenEXR, you just have more info in the render itself, which also means that there will be more info in the PNG that you then in the end will save. So now that we have the first render, we can go over to Photoshop once I've imported the image. Hold on. Render. There you go. So now we're in Photoshop and we can do a few more adjustments. First thing first, we can probably kind of adjust. We can bring some more contrast in here. So what I like to do is I like to use the selective color correction adjustment layer. You could what I use this for is similar to why you could use the gradient. No, what is it? The curves adjustment layer or the contrast adjustment layer. I like to use the selective color correction adjustment layer just because you can separate between the white, gray, and black tones. What I mean by that is you can now just go into the dark tones and you want to say, okay, well, this is kind of lacking some depth or some dark tones. So what you can do is you can just bump up the darker tones. If we set it all the way to max, you can see it is now way darker than what it was before. The gray tones are still unaffected. So maybe we need, make it a little bit darker like this. And then what you can do is you can actually, in these darker gray tones, create some more brightness, which means that, of course, everything will be brighter. But overall, see what happens? This part will be gray, of course, white as well, because you have some gray values. But overall, you lighten all the gray tones. What you can use this for is you can kind of decide whether or not the gray tone should be darker to create some, make the image overall darker or brighter. I think for this piece, actually, the gray tones can stay quite neutral at 0. What you can do now, though, is you can go to the white tones and increase those a little bit. There you go, just to kind of increase the white parts of the image. By basically increasing the blacks and whites, we create a more contrast-full image. If we hide this adjustment layer, you can see what happens. Flat. And then, ooh, way more contrast. See, flat, not so flat. Flat, not so flat. And you don't really see the change before you do it, which is why I always go in Photoshop and see whether or not, doing a few adjustments actually helps. Because before you adjust this and compare it to the previous version, you don't really see the change. But once you do it, you can actually see like, oh, this just has way more contrast, and it has way more depth and way more color range in it. Now we can also, of course, use the contrast node to kind of increase this look even more if we want, but I think that's just too strong, so I'm not going to use it. What we can also do is to kind of just, I guess, increase the, I guess, or kind of highlight the contours a little bit more, kind of highlight or bring out the structure a little bit more. We can use a filter called, I don't know what that's called in English. It is under the sharpening filter, the second one from the bottom. And then if we apply this, you can see what happens, especially, oh, hold on. I can set this to I can convert this into a smart object, which basically lets me apply filters and still lets me hide these filters if I don't want to use them. So if I go in here and use a sharpening filter, it basically we have now this under this tab right here, where we can see all the filters that are applied to the smart object. If we hide this filter, you can see it's less sharp. This way we can kind of accentuate some of these areas. This filter does not only accentuate like the bright parts, it also accentuates the dark parts. What this filter basically does, it kind of looks for big differences in value, so dark and white colliding, basically contours, and then increases that value. If you look at this, for example, here you have the perfect example. Hold on. Oh, I thought Photoshop crashed. Wait, why can I not use my... Okay, Photoshop is bugging out. Hold on. What? I guess, just go in here. Wait. Oh, it completely froze. Or the image froze. That's interesting. Let's restart this. Hold on. Maybe the cache is too full. Okay, let's reopen this. There you go. So if we go right here, we can see there's a huge contrast between the neck and the jaw. We have this grayish white over here, and then we have this dark gray on the other side. What this filter does is it is very, very easily seeable over here. It basically creates a very, very small contour to highlight this, to create an even bigger contrast. So if you look at this, we have this very, very slight white edge now on this side, and a very, very even darker edge on this side. Comparing it to the other version, you can see what it does. That's how it achieves this sharpening effect, by just basically increasing the difference between the two values. This way we can create more, make it appear a little bit sharper. That's what I like to add, especially, we can see it right here. See, it looks actually kind of blurry here, and then by using this, zip, it's just a little bit sharper. So yeah, what you can also of course add is like textures or whatnot to the render, or filters, but I think this looks quite good already. So what I want to do now is I want to do the same render but with a dark background, just to kind of see which one looks better. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to do the same render again but with dark values. We have this one right here. Okay, let's change the world lighting to dark. I mean the world background color to dark. I think what I also want to do is I want to make the hair a little bit brighter, at least for this version. What I like to do, I like to keep it a little bit above pure black, because pure black always seems so strong. Keeping it more in the very, very dark gray, in my opinion, just looks a little bit better. There you go. Let's do another render. shouldn't take too long. And then that's basically the whole workflow. First of all, of course, creating the lighting, or you can kind of decide whether or not you do texturing first or lighting first. It's kind of up to you. I think I would probably rather do materials before I do lighting, just because materials aren't really affected by lighting when you create them. Especially if you use the material preview. Of course, they're going to be affected once you use the render view. But yeah, we don't need the final lighting to create the final textures or shading. And then once this render is done, we have both versions between which we can decide which one looks better. I think this one actually looks better, just because there's a better contrast between the hair and the background. In the other one, the hair kind of merges with the background because it is quite white. But we'll see. We'll compare the two. Of course, the one with the white background is closer to the original, so maybe we'll give it some points over there. We'll see. Yeah, so shading, then lighting, then I guess render settings, and then post-production in Blender, and then post-production in Photoshop. What I would include in post-production in Blender would be stuff like the denoising node, or the the glare node, stuff like that, stuff that you cannot add in Photoshop that is easier to add in Blender. Stuff, the denoising node works so well in Blender just because you can feed more info to the denoising node than what you could feed to the denoiser in Photoshop. Stuff like geometric structure that Blender knows it, because it has the 3D model in it, can affect how the denoiser works. Okay. There you go. Noodle Girl render 2. EXR, switch that to PNG. Okay, let's go to Photoshop. There you go. So that's the second version. So let's do the process again. So first thing first, what we already discovered is that we first of all can increase the contrast. So we could maybe use a different adjustment layer for this one. We could use the contrast adjustment layer just to see the difference between the two. Of course, there are different ways to increase the contrast, not only with the contrast adjustment layer, but also, for example, with the gradient or the curves adjustment layer. But I'm going to use contrast for now. Zip. It is very similar to selective color correction. The only difference is basically that you have more control or over whether or not you want to make the dark tones darker or not. With the contrast node, you basically have the scale that you create, or that you have. Like if you increase the contrast, the dark tones will be darker, the gray tones will kind of stay the same, and then the white tones will be wider. With selective color correction though, what you can do is you can make the dark tones darker, you can make the gray tones darker, and the white tones can stay the same. Or you can make the gray tones darker, the white tones brighter, and the gray tones can stay the same. Or you can make of course, different variations basically. That's what I like to use the selective color correction node. But contrast is easier if you just want to, make a quick adjustment like this. See, now we can really see the difference. See how bland, or you know, just yeah, bland this looks. See how much more depth we're getting by just adding this small adjustment there. It's especially visible if you go further away. Look at this. And then yeah, we can do a few more adjustments, like the sharpening. First of all, I'm going to set this into convert this into a smart object, and then filter, sharpening. There you go. You can immediately see it in the hair, for example. Look at this. Ooh. Works wonders. Yeah, and that's it. I think I like this one more. This one is closer to the sketch, but I think overall this one has just, it highlights the silhouette more. This one gets kind of lost, especially up here. You can see these chopsticks. You didn't really see them anymore just because they're so bright. With the black background, you can see everything very well, even the dark tones still, because they're not completely black. So I think I prefer this one more. Yeah, and then of course, if you want to do some I guess custom adjustments, what you could do is you can use like a, I don't know, brightness and contrast node, adjustment layer, and you know, decrease the brightness, then use the mask to kind of create your custom adjustment layer that only affects you know, different spots, like this cheek, for example. Make it darker. Oh, hello. There you go, like this, or make this darker. This way you can create some more custom adjustments if you want to. So they're not necessary, but of course it can help if you want to create a certain look. Oh, this part should be darker. Well, let me do that. Or here, you know. But that is my workflow to finish a 3D model. So this one I would call finished. This one will be the final version. What you can also do to make it even look more realistic is you can create depth of field, which is not what I have done for this one, just because I don't think it's necessary, but maybe we can try it real quick. So just to kind of see what it looks like. So depth of field makes the image just look way more realistic, because you know, every camera basically has a focus point and then a blur point. It just depends on how the camera is set up, where that focus point is. I've set up my camera in a way where you can just, where I have two empties that control the camera. This way I can basically set the focus point using this empty. Hold on. So if you go in here, you can see if I move this empty, we can move the focus point, the middle point of the camera. If I move the camera, I can basically change the position of the camera. And then I also have a third or a second empty that is used for the depth of field. If I go into the camera, we have the depth of field option. If I tick that and use a focus object, I will use this empty right here, DOF, depth of field, to then perfectly create a focus point on her face. I can enable snapping and then snap this empty onto her face right there, for example. Now if I go into rendered view and I decrease the f-stop maybe to 0.5. Wait, is that the right? Yeah, you can see what it does. So her nose, or this spot exactly where the empty is the focus point. This part is very, very sharp. Everything else gets very, very blurry, of course. You can see right there. That's what it does. Now if I move this empty to the hand, for example, now the hand is the sharpest point in the image, and everything else will be blurrier. This way I have one empty that creates that points the camera in a direction, And then I have the other one to create or to set the focus point or the depth of field point in the image. So if I set this maybe over here to her forehead right there, and I actually create some, you know, like good values, maybe like 2, what we can create is a very, very slight blurriness back here, which creates not only a little bit more depth, but also creates a certain realism, because basically, yeah, as I said before, every camera has a certain blurriness to it, or depth of field. Let's set it to 1.75. Okay. Let's save it and render once more, just to kind of see the difference between the two, with and without the depth of field. And then we're done. Tomorrow we're gonna do a new project. We're not only gonna look at the results of the competition where we participated in 3D modeling competition, but also we're gonna start a new project. So tomorrow it's gonna be all about how I start off new characters, basically probably the full workflow of how I, you know, a full character design workflow, talking about how I start off my characters, how I look for reference, how I combine or how I use my reference, you know, basic human anatomy, I guess, and overall just, yeah, how to create a, not human, but, you know, a character model, how to sculpt a character model from scratch. That is the main topic for tomorrow. So if you're interested in that as well, feel free to join. 1 minute left. Oh, hold on, you can't even see it. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have two empties right here. We have this empty that basically moves the camera, the middle point of the camera right here. And then I have another empty, which is this one right here, that determines where the focus point of the camera is. I use the snapping function to snap this empty onto the surface to determine where the focus point should be. Should the focus point be on the shirt? Should it be on the finger? Yeah, it just depends where I put it. There you go. We have 30 seconds left. So yeah, I think the next, the next 2 days will be about the new project, and then probably the beginning of next week as well. Maybe even the full next week. I don't really know how deep I want to go with this new character. But yeah, we'll see. There you go. Okay. Let's save this real quick. Save as render 3. And let's compare it to the other version. Okay. Okay. Seems like I have wait. Okay. Seems like the depth of field is too shallow or too wide to really be visible. But I can show it to you in the render as well. So if you look at it now, in here, This is the depth of field empty, which is placed on her forehead. So if I now go in here and decrease the f-stop value, which will increase the depth of field blurriness, maybe to 0.1, you can see what it does. Now this spot is very, very sharp, and everything else, the further it is off of this this point, will be blurry. This point is actually not just like a point in mid-air or whatever, it is actually a plane. So everything on that horizontal plane that is parallel to the camera. So if we would basically move this cube right here, or this plane in which the camera's looking. Hold on, I can probably show it easier with display. There you go. That's actually how the depth of field looks like. The depth of field is this cross or this plane. If you would create a plane on this cross, that is how the depth of field looks like. It is not just a point in space, it is a plane that is parallel to the camera. So of course, the more you move this depth of field empty forward, the plane is going to move with it. This cross right there. See how it moves forward? That is basically the level or the plane of focus. If I move it further in here, you can see now her eyes are sharp. If I move it even further, her ears are sharp. If I move it even further, her neck is sharp and everything else is blurry. If I move it further to the front again, the face gets more and more sharp. There you go, until it's sharp. So that's how depth of field works. Okay. Yeah, but you can already see what it does to the image. It has a cool effect. It can create some depth, but I think with this image it's not necessary. And that basically concludes today's video, or today's stream rather. Finishing a 3D model, including lighting, a little bit of shading, and post-production not only in Blender but also in Photoshop. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for joining, thanks for watching, thanks for listening, thanks for chatting maybe even. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, whether it just started or it's almost over. Hope you enjoy the rest of it, and take care.